Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 6:32. We'll call to order the December 13th, 2021 meeting of the Orange County 2021 Advisory Committee for Redistricting, which should be our last meeting. Our agenda has next the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please stand and join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will start with a roll call. Co-Chair Perez.
Present.
Thank you. Co-Chair Evans is present. Member Jones. Present. Member Connor King.
Present.
Member Hoover.
Present.
Member Kilsheimer. Not present. Member Mellon. Present. Member Arias. Member Callan. Member Alfont.
Present.
Member Rocha. Thank you. Member Hodge. Member Semrod. Member Whittington.
Present.
Member Hardage.
Here, present.
Thank you. All right, we will move next into our public comment section of the evening. We have 3 public comment cards thus far. I have 2 of these are for the public hearing. Okay, I'm sorry. So I have 1 public comment card for this section of the agenda. Before we start, Commissioner Wilson, thank you for attending. It's good to see you. Would you like to address us? Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Callahan, you have 3 minutes. Will you approach and give us your name and confirm your address?
Yes, James B. Callahan. I live at 204 East South Street, Unit 3052. Good evening. Hopefully this will be our final meeting. I just wanted to review my proposal earlier to include Pulse in District 3, and that we worked out that we could zigzag and have Orlando Regional, Orlando Health in District 6. And then I'm interested in seeing the boundary of District 3 downtown moved up to Colonial, because right now there's sort of a notch. You know, we come around the Executive Airport and then go south, the 408 or South Street. And if that were Colonial, oops, there went the map, that would help. That would bring in an area that has a lot of activists. Stephanie Porte lives in that area. The Whedon family, Roger Whedon, the criminal defense attorney, and his son, Alex, who's now president of the Young Democrats. Anna Escamani, the state rep, they all live in that downtown area. And that area would also include the Milk District. And so I think that candidates from that area would fit in better with District 3 than trying to learn the ins and outs of Winter Park, Maitland politics. So anyway, that's all I really have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan, and thank you for your participation throughout this process, to you and the other members of the public who have attended our meetings and provided input to help us make informed decisions. It's been incredibly appreciated and impactful. I do not have any further public comment card requests. I don't see anybody seeking an opportunity to avail themselves of that opportunity, so we're going to close the public comment portion of our agenda. We will next move into the public hearing for Redistricting Plan Proposal 13A. Before we do so, co-chairs, we would like to remind, as co-chairs, we would like to remind everyone that our goal here is to doing an analysis based on traditional redistricting principles. They are included in the redistricting review sheet that's included in legal analysis. Those matters include compactness, preservation of municipal boundaries, maintaining communities of interest, preservation of cores of prior districts, and the consideration of incumbent interests. Again, that information is included in the review sheet. At this time, we are going to ask Ms. Barrios to provide the legal analysis for map proposal 13A.
Good evening. Map proposal 13A meets the minimum threshold for consideration by this committee. It has a maximum deviation of 3.70%, which is under the 10% threshold for one person, one vote, and a relative mean deviation of 0.83%. It also has contiguous districts, making it compliant with the state and local contiguity requirements. It creates no additional splits in the districts. It does not move any populations fully from one district into another. Populations that are fully consolidated into one district include Alafaya, which is currently in District 3 and 4, fully into District 4, Ocoee, which is currently in District 1 and 2, fully into District 2, and Winter Park, which is currently in District 2 and 5, fully into District 5. The other population adjustments that are considered by this proposal, there's some changes in the city of Orlando as well as in Pine Hills. And that is the end of the legal analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. At this time, we will move into the public testimony portion of this public hearing. So far, I have received 2 public testimony cards with respect to Committee Proposal 13A. If you would like to be heard on Committee Proposal 13A, we ask that you please submit a written card so we can give you an opportunity to be heard. At this time, I will proceed with the first card that I have here, and that's for Ms. Patricia Rumpf. If you will take the podium, state your name, confirm your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, again. My name is Patricia Rumpf, and my address is really confidential, so that if you notice, I have not given my address throughout this process. But thank you very much for your time and your commitment. It takes a lot to volunteer. I'm a volunteer, and it's not easy to get ones to volunteer and do community service work in such as needed as a project such as this. 13A was one of my favorite maps for the Pine Hills area. There were several. But my concern is once we finish tonight and the amendments all done tonight, will the public have another opportunity to see the final amendment before it's presented to the Board of County Commissioner? After tonight, if this is going to be the ending process and the community does not have an opportunity to view all the amendments, I know you're tired. I'm tired. I need to come back Thursday and see what was finalized from this board before it goes to the Board of County Commissioner. And the community need to see what was finalized after all these amendments before it goes to the Board of County Commissioner. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rumpf. Our next card is for John Conley. Mr. Conley, if you'll approach, confirm your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is John Conley. I'm at 170 Malham, and I am in District 1 currently. But I actually have more of a question than a comment and stuff. It's there. My location right now is in the possible changing boundary lines where I will move from one district to the next. We know that elections are in August and in November. My question is, what is the effective date after the Board of County Commissioners take their vote in March of when I switch or do not switch districts? That's it.
Ms. Barrios, do you want to answer for Mr. Conley? We don't normally do a question and answer during it, but I figure it's a pretty straightforward answer.
The effective date, these districts would be effective as of the 2022 election. So when you're voting in the 2022 election, you'd be voting in the new district.
So the commissioner of the district does not take responsibility for my area until the elections.
That would be, no, the effective date of when your new commissioner switches would be when the Board of County Commissioners approves the new districts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next comment, public testimony card I have for Mr. Todd Catella. If you'll take the podium, confirm your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Todd Catella, 162 Mercado, Orlando 32807. I'm going to make it a little different tonight. First off, I do want to thank each and every one of you for taking the effort not only to be in the meetings, but also to invest your time into each and every map proposal that you did. I know the maps and the software and trying to get communities together, try to fit the guidelines that have been given to you by legal and staff has been a challenge, especially dealing with the census blocks. And I greatly appreciate the hours and hours that many of you took to submit the maps. And it was a great opportunity for each of you to present to the community how you saw the communities to come together best. And you had various public comments, mine included, that gave you some additional information to consider. Tonight is going to be a great night, in my opinion, because you have a single map, all the thoughts and ideas as far as communities of interest, the planned development zones that are already on the board and being built right now, the Pine Hills interest of being in 2 districts, the edge, the Maitland area, everything has been presented well across the time here. And I know that you're going to come up with a map tonight that's going to be something the board can look at and know that the public interest has been considered. And your understanding of the guidelines of what you're supposed to do is to be considered too. The one thing that I don't expect to happen tonight is I don't expect all the data to be here tonight. You need to move population. Point A to point B, population. That's it. With the community of interest being there and the public comments of interest being there as well. The bottom line information that's going to be presented to the board. When the board picks up the maps, this map, they could throw the whole thing out and start fresh. Or they could take the comments that have been given and the data that's been given and make a refinement to the map that is there based on their interests and things like that. So your work is, in terms of sifting out the public interest and the communities of interest, has been greatly appreciated, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Catella. I have one remaining public testimony card for Mr. Dennis Hall. If anyone else desires to participate in this public testimony portion of this hearing, you must complete and submit a written request. Otherwise, we will conclude this portion after Mr. Hall's comments. Mr. Hall, if you would confirm your name and your address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Hall. My address is 7267 Hiawassee Oak Drive, Orlando, Florida 32818, and I live in Pine Hills. First, I must commend the committee for your many nights, your dedication in volunteering. For someone who volunteers as much as I have done, I know what volunteering is. You're not paid, but it is very satisfying And I'm hoping that we are winding down now. I'm hoping that when it's all done, you will have a sense of satisfaction that you did the right thing. Let me say this. Redistricting. I don't think the real meaning of the redistricting is to cut districts up in pieces. Because when you cut the district up in pieces, you're watering down the work that the elected officials are doing. The work is not seen. And it's even harder for someone who's looking to be reelected to get reelected. Because they're doing a little piece here, a little piece over there, a little piece over there. So the people who they're serving cannot really identify what they're really doing. So thus they're saying, oh, this person is not doing anything, so I'm not voting for the person. So let me let you think it for a second time. If you guys think that putting it all in pieces there, like I was reading what's going on in Texas, where the Justice Department stepped in, and the Justice Department is overseeing the redistricting because of the dishonesty. And they describe it as a horse. I forget the name, horse. They describe it, what the district looked like. Those of you who may have read the article, and I wish I remember the name horse that said it looked like. If a family is cooking dinner for 10 children, and they cook in 10 separate pots, and another family cooked for 10 children in one pot, cooking the same meal, I can guarantee you the cost of the one who cooked for the 10 in one pot, the cost would be about 1/4 for the same thing. That's what happened if you keep the district together and not cut it up in pieces all over the place. More will be done, more will be seen and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I have no further requests for public testimony at this time. Hearing no further requests, we will close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. At this time, we will proceed with respect to committee redistricting plan proposal 13A. You've heard the public comment. You've heard the legal analysis. Are there any motions regarding 13A? Member Hardage.
Is this a motion to approve or not approve, or is it a motion for or motions for amendments?
The request was whether are there any amendments?
Yes,
Proposed amendments.
I'll be offering an amendment.
I'm sorry? Is there a motion to put, I'm sorry, so is there a motion to either approve or not approve proposal 13A?
I'll make a motion to approve 13A as it stands right now.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion by Member Mellon and a second by Member Roca. Now we'll have discussion. We'll set it for 15 minutes for discussion. Member Mellon, are you still on for additional comment or?
No.
Okay. Member Semrod.
I'd like to have the opportunity for the committee to amend the map and hear from committee members in terms of where they feel the amendments would improve proposal 13A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Member Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'd like to make an amendment to, or I'd like to make a motion to amend map 13A to move the boundary between districts 3 and 5 to Colonial Drive and take out that obvious gerrymandered notch that's in it, please.
So we have is there a second to Member Hodge's motion to amend?
Could you please repeat?
My motion is to move the boundaries between District 5 and District 3, where it currently goes up Goldenrod and across, down to use Colonial Drive to be consistent with the rest of the border between the county commission districts.
So we currently have a motion to amend the proposal 13A to revise the boundary between 3 and 5 to have it run consistently along Colonial Drive
Second.
across the north. And we already had a second by Member Hardage. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Member Arias.
So if my understanding is correct, you want to take further south the most northeastern boundary of District 3 back to Colonial, correct?
That is correct.
So your intent is to make District 3 even smaller?
My intent is not to make District 3 smaller. This is my First Amendment.
Well, in effect, wouldn't it make District 3 smaller?
In effect, yes, it would, but we will continue down this adventure if you would like to go with me.
I can't anticipate how that's going to benefit District 3 in any way right now, and not that I'm not willing to listen to you, but I think you all know my position on this. I stated it last time. I just don't see making District 3 any smaller. You're starting us off with this map already at a negative 0.59, and from the appearance of it, if there's no other amendment approved, then it's going to be even smaller. So the way you're presenting it right now, I would have to not agree. But if your intent is perhaps another amendment at some point, I'd love to hear it so that I understand.
Madam Co-Chair, if I could have a question for just a discussion real quick.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
How do we want to go about doing this?
Well, I was just going to say, if you have an additional amendment that you think will address Member Arias's concern, then perhaps you should explain what your alternative or what additional considerations you may have.
My consideration would be to also move the border to the 417 and the 528, which gives District 3 the opportunity to have future growth as Lake Nona grows. I also would like to see us entertain the notion of dropping the border south to encompass Taft, which I believe we've seen a map do, which again will take District 4, which is already starting at positive 2.25, and moving it into District 3, which will help District 3 become more positive as well, so it's no longer negative. That's the intent.
Thank you for your response. With that in mind, I would definitely entertain your First Amendment, but I would have to consider whether the other amendments get passed as well. So it would be like a joint amendment for me to consider them, because if I limit myself to the one and the other one doesn't go through, my hands are handcuffed. Do you understand?
Absolutely, 100%.
All right, but I'm not opposed to it, considering the other amendments that you have.
We did not really have a discussion as to how we wanted to go through this, so I figured it would be easier to do one at a time as opposed to doing a whole large number of revisions. But if you all want to do that all at once, I'm open to that.
Again, my only concern with that would be if I were to agree to the first one and the second one didn't go through, I'm stuck.
No argument there.
So I would prefer, I don't know what the other committee members want, but I would prefer here your complete idea and then just make that as your one amendment, I would think, as a composite amendment perhaps. I don't know if that's the right word for it.
I would have a problem.
Well, you can voice your problem.
I think that would be ideal. We have an amendment currently on the floor, and I don't think we either will be harmed by continuing to hear the input of the people. So what I would like to do at this time is to continue with the comments. And then we can see how we go from there. I have Commissioner Hardage next.
I'm going to make several amendments, but I'm not sure if I should make them after he's made his amendments, or how do you want to do? He hasn't finished his amendments.
Okay, so given the fact that we've got an amendment on the floor, my recommendation at this time, and I need to probably double check with my co-chair, is to suggest that people bring forward their entire recommendation of amendments.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it would be easiest as we go through this conversation particularly if you've got counterpart amendments or several amendments that offset things, if the entire amendment comes forward. If it fails for a particular reason, we can go back and take them one at a time. But in order to give everyone a complete vision of what we're doing, because I know others have discussed having other amendments as well last week. So I think a complete package would be a better presentation and give us more color into what we're doing, at which point I would recommend Member Hodge amend his amendment to include everything he wants to do. We vote on that. If we agree with amending the amendment, then we can talk about the amendment. And then if others have amendments. But I think the discussion at this point needs to stay with Member Hodge's motion and amendment.
For the purpose of having this discussion move forward, I'll withdraw my amendment at this time.
And for the sake of the fact that you were in the queue and you proceeded with incomplete information, I want to give you the privilege of saying whatever it was that you were going to say for the balance of your amendment.
I will draw it. I'm in the midst of trying to get everything together right now.
Okay, so we'll move forward to the next person. Okay. I next have Member Whittington.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Question of Mr. Hodge, your amendment proposal to remove that northern boundary or bring it back down, is not this the current boundary in District 3? The northern boundary that you are proposing to move, is this not the current boundary of District 3? Okay.
It is the current boundary, but as the commissioner has come before us and said herself, this is an extremely gerrymandered district, and this is an attempt to try to comply with the Constitution, which asks us to not make gerrymandered districts.
Okay, thank you. And my second question to you, Madam Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, is staff able to do any interactive changes that we can look at as we are proposing these amendments? It might be a lot more helpful to be able to see this in real time.
Yes, they are.
That would be helpful for me.
I next have Member Alfont.
Basically, I have a group of amendments that whenever you are ready to receive them, I will be glad to move on them. So if you want me to do it now, it's whatever you choose.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Basically, what I'm doing is I took map 13A and made 6 suggestions, which will bring it into a perfect harmony, and it's very little of changes. Okay. One I have taken in the area of, District 6, which basically what I did is I used again, oh God, that's good homes, and I put it into District 6. There's not that many houses there, but there's enough people to justify it to be placed in there, and I'm using a different line there. Yes. Oh, okay. Is there any way we could put it up?
No, you have our notes.
Okay. These are the amendments that I made to my original map.
So maybe we can do it this way. Mm-hmm. Member Alfont, you're trying to bring our attention to the northwestern corner of District 6, correctly?
Correct.
Is it possible for staff to zone in on?
Yeah, we can zoom in on.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all right. Can we stop the clock while they do
Yeah,
that?
I was just about to say, you can, yeah.
If I may, Jimmy, do you have your PowerPoint from last week? It's in our packages too.
I have it here.
If you could put it up, it'll be great.
I can't have the PowerPoint and the map.
Yeah,
at the
we're
same
going to
time.
stick with the software for tonight.
Okay.
And if anybody needs to get up to get closer to see what they need to see, please feel free to get up and look. This is not the time to be unsure of what you see.
As you can see here, I took a little corner that was in District 2, which is the Good Homes Road, and I put it into District 6. The population would balance a little bit better District 6 at this point, and in that area. That's the first one. If there's any questions to that, I'm be more than glad to answer them for.
Can we, for the benefit of everyone, allow the GIS team to show exactly what you're doing, what you're describing? I think that's what they've done right there.
Yes.
And Mr. Alfant, do you know the impact of that change?
Excuse me?
Do you know the impact of that change?
The impact of that change is very little because there's not that many people who live there. It's about 1,000 people, I think, but I might be wrong.
The population change is 332 individuals, which changes the deviation to 0.4% in District 6 and negative 1.6% in District 2.
Okay. Next would be, unless there's some question about that from any of you, before I jump to the next one.
No, please proceed with the
Okay.
balance of your recommendations. For your motion.
Next one is in the area of Fairview. Okay.
Mr. Alfant, you said the area of Fairview. Can you give us an idea for people's edification, which boundaries, which district boundaries you're addressing?
I am addressing specifically District 5. Okay, that they're currently in District 5, and they will be going to District 2, correct? Okay. It's going to be drawn for you right now. It's the easiest way. It's called Fairview Shores. It's the name of the neighborhood. That's a little bit too much, yeah. There we are. And the change of the population is?
So this population change is 4,152 individuals, which brings the deviation in District 6 to 2.1% and the deviation in 5 to negative 2%. And just a reminder, these are not building on each other because we are not committing these changes. So these are, each deviation and population change is separate.
No, it's not. I'm building them, committing them.
Oh, you're building them?
Yeah.
The amendment is that we're moving from District 5 to District 6 Fairview Shores. It's a little bit
Okay.
more than just Fairview Shores.
I apologize, we did commit the changes from the first one, so this is building on top of it.
Will you repeat the data points thus far for the two portions of his amendment?
So, let me see. The First Amendment moved 332 people, which brought District 6 to 0.4% deviation and District 2 to negative 1.6. We then moved a further, how many people was it? 4,135 individuals, which has brought the deviation for, are we looking at 2?
As a point of
2
information.
is negative 1.6 and 5 is
It's
negative
non-contiguous.
2.
It's a non-contiguous to District 6. You can't do that.
No, it's District 5.
You said from 5 to 6.
And
District
that
6,
was my mistake. I apologize for that.
5 to 2, okay.
For 5 to 2. Just reading upside down from here, maps is not that easy. I apologize, was.
All right, so that brings District 5 to -2% deviation and District 2 to 0.2% deviation.
Next, we will be going to 7, which basically is between District 5 and District 6. Here I change, I'm going to. That moves from District 5, and, excuse me. It moves from District 5, part all the way, District 6, into using, instead of using I-4 as a division line, because I heard somebody not liking using I-4, I decided to use the lines that, from the city of Orlando, which is basically, Magnolia has the dividing line, and extend District 6 all the way to a larger part of downtown than it has right now. And the numbers would be then.
So you are adding 3,510 individuals to District 6, taking away 3,346 individuals from 5 and 164 individuals from District 3.
Okay. So if we could go then to...
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Co-Chair, can we, it's kind of hard to follow without having more descriptions. You're saying you're taking a segment of District 5 and putting it into District 6. So you're moving it further east? You're moving the boundary of District 6 further east?
Further east, yes. I'm moving it. Right now, the boundaries is I-4, to be quite honest. I still continue with Colonial. I still continue with the boundary part. What I did is I moved part of downtown into District 6, which is currently, by the way, part of District 5 and part of District 3 and part of District 4. What I did is I used Colonial and I used Magnolia as a dividing line instead of I-4.
Good move.
He moved that notch that's right there on the, right there between Colonial and 408. That notch right there, he moved it east to Magnolia, is what the district.
Okay, I can't support that.
Okay. Then the next move.
What's the percentages now with that change? Are you going to make that change or not?
The percentages were given, but if you need them to be repeated.
They were given the
No.
last two. They weren't
Yeah,
given this
can we get the most current set of revisions?
It brings District 3 to -0.66, District 6 to 1.86, and District 5 to -3.4%.
Okay.
Do you have any other, you have some more amendments, correct, Mr. Alfont?
Technically 3. I have one, no, excuse me, 2. You're correct. I apologize. The other one that I have is basically at this point, number 10. 10, basically what I do there is, believe it or not, like I commented last week, Union Park is divided by Colonial. We keep calling it a dividing line. Half of Union Park is... Did you skip to 10? Oh, no, I was... Oh, my bad. Correct. We're going to 9 now, excuse me. I was going to leave for last my biggest hit. Okay. In 9, what I did is very simply as follows. District 4 under this map is at 2.25. If anybody needs to lose drastically, it's District 4. I represent District 4. I've been looking how to do this, and even though it's not the easiest thing for me to propose, I'm going to have to propose that part of Avalon Park going to District 5. With all due respect, Avalon Park is with the borderline of District 4 and 5. Avalon Park is closer to Four Corners and to Bethlo and has more in common than the rest of District 4. So if I'm going to sacrifice anything, I'm going to sacrifice myself, and I'm going to use myself as an example that politically is probably not in my best advantage, but I'll take the hit for the good of the community and give up Avalon Park, which has been very good to us, but I think we need to think for the good of the community and not for anybody else. So I'm taking out Avalon Park, putting it in District 5, and that's why I made all those changes with 5, so I could adjust that, because otherwise Wes has been asking me how to do this, and the only way to do this is for 4 to give up part of Avalon Park. Otherwise, it's not going to be viable. I'm sorry. And you can see it up there. There's the map, and I'll let the staff tell you the impact.
All right, so this moves 10,547 individuals. It brings the percent deviation on 5 to 1.1% and District 4 to negative 2.2%.
Last but not least is number, well, I have 2 more, wait a minute. 10 and 11, I'm sorry. I jumped, that's bad on me. Okay, I have number 10, which is basically what I've been mentioning, and people in Union Park have been asking me. Union Park has been split for years because we keep using Colonial. Those of us who know Union Park starts at halfway between Dean Road and University all the way down to Lake Underhill. At this point, what I'm doing is taking just that portion that is considered Union Park, and since the majority of Union Park is in District 4, I'm going to put that back into District 4 so we can have all of Union Park in District 4.
All right, so the population changes 3,593 individuals. It creates the percent deviation in 4 to negative 0.7% and 5 to negative 0.5%.
Last but not least would be 11. Yep. Basically, what I've done here is under the original map proposed, it puts Freeman Middle School and Freedom Middle School, Freedom High School, and that area in District 6. Being that I know that area very well, putting that in District 6 is not, I don't understand that. I wish I could put it in better terms, but I just don't understand. Freedom Middle School is where people from, and I could be corrected, Hunter Creek's children go to Freedom middle school and high school. And I want to make a disclaimer here tonight. I know that area well because my daughter's a school counselor in Freedom Middle School. So I do know that the children that go there happen to come from Hunters Creek, so not clear why it would be in District 6. I don't think it's appropriate for it to be there, so I took it out and put it back in District 4 where it's been all its life. Other than that, that would conclude my changes here tonight. They're most cosmetic. I'm sorry, the numbers?
This moves 525 individuals. The percent deviation in 6 becomes 2.1%, and the District 1 becomes negative 0.5.
And that would take us down to a total for
Are you looking for all districts?
all districts, yes.
All right, so District 1 would be negative 5%, District 2, 0.2%, District 3, negative...
I'm sorry, can you slow down for that? 'Cause
sorry.
we're all feverishly taking notes, so.
So 1 is negative 0.5%, 2 is 0.2%, 3 is negative 0.7%, 4 is negative 0.7%, 5 is negative 0.5%, and 6 is 2.1%.
I have tried with this map to bring it down as close as possible. I've tried to follow Joe's idea of being the least disruptive that we can, leaving neighborhoods together as much as I can. I understand that at times it's going to be difficult for portions of this map to be accepted, but I will ask everybody here tonight to consider that this is something that we're trying to do for the good of whole of Orange County, and in reality, it is not perfect. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm trying to get the numbers to where we can all live with this. The numbers are acceptable, I think, to all of us. The deviation, which was the biggest problem when we approved this map on Monday, was a concern because it was almost 4%. This brings it down to less than 1%. And I'll be honest with you, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I try my best to keep these numbers as low as possible, but I understand that there might be some concerns about some neighborhoods, but at the same time, I'll be as honest as I can, as blunt as I can. Any other map, you're going to have the same concerns. But this one, basically, I think would encompass everything that needs to go forward with it. This is my best effort, and with this, I will conclude my presentation and answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Alfano, are you making a motion?
I'm moving that we accept these changes to the proposed map 13A, and we go forward with discussion for final approval.
I have a question.
Point of order.
Mr. Hardage?
Yeah. If we approve these changes, are we approving them for review towards the end of the meeting, or are we approving them as modifications to map number 13A, which will be amendments going forward to the board if it's approved?
It's for approval. The motion is to revise map 13A.
Okay,
so
then.
it would be for approval.
Okay,
I'll second the motion.
That would seem to make our process a little bit flawed, because if there are other board members who have proposals or motions that they would like to make based on map 13, we no longer have map 13 to make amendments to. So I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but.
I understand. I think that the proper approach is to, during the discussion portion, articulate why you would approve or disapprove portions of those amendments, and then people vote appropriately.
Well, I think what I'm saying is some of these I like, but I would be hesitant to vote for any of them, not knowing what the other board members have in mind, and also not knowing, the board not knowing exactly what I would propose.
Commissioner Hardage, the request was for the entire set of amendments to be proposed. So what's going to happen is that they will neither be voted up or down. And if voted down, then we'll go to the next
Okay, then
proposal.
with that in mind, I think that when it comes time for me to make amendments, I think I'll put them on one by one. Because that would seem to be the most appropriate way.
If that is your pleasure, I will tell you that the clear direction, it seemed to me, from this group here earlier was the preferred approach to take them all at once. So, but we have a motion and a second by Member Rocha. Do you have any other point of order questions?
Just for discussion?
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Huh? Yeah, we're going to get
Is it discussion time?
That's what I was going to say. We can address his question first as part of
Yeah.
discussion. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and go with 15 minutes on this clock. Mr. Arias.
Yes.
Mr. Alfon, I just didn't understand the last amendment. You wanted, because I thought you said move district or Freedom or Hunters Creek from 6 to 4. I want to make sure I understood what
Correct.
we were doing in
Under
that
the
last
cur-
one.
Under the current map of 13A, that area of Freedom's, where Freedom High School and Freedom Middle is currently in District 6. I'm proposing that it be put back where it belongs in District 4 and not in District 6.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
It goes back to where it was.
I understand. I just needed that clarified. Thank you.
Is that the information we received? My understanding that it was described as going between 6 and 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's correct.
Why don't you explain it one more time so we can all be clear?
It will be moving, is this, wait a minute. This is 11 or? That's 11. Okay. At this point, I will be removing 11 because I think that's, well, wait a minute. I do need it. This one would show me better where.
It's in the Universal Studios
Oh,
area.
I'm sorry. My bad. That's correct. The other one was my intent, and I did not have it tonight. So this one, basically what it does, it removes the area of that and puts it back in District 6, the area of Universal Studios, which under the current map would be put in District 1, I think. Yes, it would be moving it into District 6. And I don't know if there's any.
Member Alfon, I don't mean to create greater confusion, but you were saying before Freedom High School. And
Yeah, that was something I had up here, but I never put it down in the map. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think that there's clear confusion on the floor.
Yes, I apologize. I was thinking of putting that in there, but I did not draw it in my map. It was something I had in my, and when I saw the area, I got confused.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Yes, I'm going to need you to, we have, my understanding is 6 different amendments that you proposed.
I think there are more than 6. No, excuse me. Yes, there's 6 with this one. That's correct.
The proposal that moved 525 people between 1 and 6, which I believe was the last one you discussed.
Yes, that is the area of Universal.
Can you confirm exactly what that amendment is for this, everyone here, so we have clarity?
Well, that will be Amendment 6.
And
that will be removing the original 6, which I was discussing Freedom. I will be changing that for the other one.
You called it Amendment 11 earlier.
Well, I call it Amendment 11 because it was Amendment 11 in my package of last Monday, and I apologize for that.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and your motion as made is still correct?
It's still correct.
Okay. Member Simrod, I have you next on my queue.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So, point of order, I have amendments, but I don't want to put amendments on top of amendments. So I'm not sure how to make my amendments.
Yeah, we're dealing with this amendment right now, so I think we
Yeah.
vote up or down. I think to the extent that there are reasons why you all are inclined or not inclined to approve these amendments, I think that should be shared as part of this portion of the discussion. Anything else?
I'm in support of your amendments, Member Offland.
All right, Member King.
I heard several different things discussed, and I understand, I think, that your overall intent was to level the population. I'm not sure, and I understood for the last three that you explained exactly what problem you were solving. I'm not sure I understood that for the beginning of your list of amendments. What problems are you proposing to solve with these amendments?
First of all, I think that we have a District 4 in this map has 243,000, and we are at 2.29, so I needed to solve that problem. We could leave the map as is, but I think we could all agree District 4, which is one of the two districts that needs to lose, would have a serious problem. It would be overpopulated. And I understand that we would have to deal with that. The second area of problems that I'm trying to deal with is what I call with creating a number as low as possible by chipping here, for lack of a better word, chipping there, and then bringing it down into as low as I can go. And then I'm trying to dance calypso, but as low as I could go with these numbers. Those are the two areas I would say that I was trying. When this came and we discussed it Monday, we knew that there was a problem with District 4. We knew it was over. So if I'm going to solve that problem, I could not just do it with two districts. I had to make some other movements, and this will solve District 4, bring it into a relatively good number, and it would bring the other districts with no major impact to Joe's map, which I want to respect as much as I can, because that's not only his map, now it's our map. We picked it, so it's our map. And so I decided those are the areas I'm trying to solve the problems. I hope that answers your question, but if not, I'd be more than glad.
Thank you.
Next, I have Member Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I do have serious concerns about the way this was presented. The need to unify Union Park because the middle school and the elementary school were across the street from each other, but then you turn around and drive a line down Avalon Park Boulevard separating Timber Creek High School and Timber Lake Elementary. So I don't understand why you're arguing to keep schools together in one district and then splitting two up in the other district. The other problem that I have is if we move that line to Avalon Park Boulevard, we're now saying that east of Avalon Park Boulevard, which was developed as a community of Avalon Park, both on the east and the west side, has more in common with Bithlo than they do with their neighbors of the same development across Avalon Park Boulevard. And I can't see the rationale in that. I think it's other things at play, because it is not for what is the continuity of representation, and it is not for a community of interest, because the rural community of Bithlo has very little in common with what's east of Avalon Park Boulevard when you're comparing it to the west side of Avalon Park Boulevard. So I cannot support these changes.
I appreciate that. You have a point, but if you also look, Timbers Creek also serves the area of Four Corners, and one of the high schools middle school it takes is Four Corners, which is in the area that I will be adding it to. It's not ideal, but I decided that if I'm going to set an example, I'll hit myself first before I hit anybody else here or any other districts. I'll hit District 4, which is
District 4 is not your district, it's the district of the
Member
county.
Hodge. Member Hodge, and I'd like to go ahead and get everybody. Member Hodge.
As
Member
a
Hodge,
point
I
of
have not yielded the
information.
floor to you. If you would allow me to co-chair this meeting.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'd like to encourage everyone to remember that, number one, we have operated consistently with professional decorum. We've been able to disagree and yet still respect one another. We will not turn this meeting into a shouting match. Member Alfant had an opportunity to respond. If you want another opportunity to respond, feel free to ask for the floor gladly. Member Alfant, I'm sorry for your being interrupted. Did you complete your sentence?
No, I'm fine. I'll leave it at that.
Member Hodge, is there something constructive you'd like to share?
I would just like to remind us that we do not own these districts. They are the people of Orange County, and we're working for them, not us.
Thank you. Next, I have Member Arias. Member Hoover.
Thank you. This is more of a procedural note, so I don't want to take time off of the discussion board, and I also realize that we have a motion and a second on the floor. But I wonder, at least for me, it would be helpful, I think. I know we have members who have brought substantial amendments to the map that we have. I am not one of them. I have maybe one cosmetic amendment that I'd like to throw out. But I wonder if it would be helpful for those members that have comprehensive amendments for us to hear their presentations before we vote to determine whether there's one package of amendments that jumps out at us as being superior to the others.
I always take the shot.
The co-chairs have conferred, and what we'd like to do is go ahead and move forward with Member Hoover's recommendation so that we end up with multiple reviews. Having said that, I would then say we should table this motion instead of it being up or down, because I'd like to give your proposal the same opportunity that other proposals will get. Having said that, I would like for us to continue to complete the discussion on it, though, before we move forward to the next set of comprehensive proposals.
I agree with the co-chairs. That's the best movement, and I appreciate that. Any other questions?
Is there anyone else who wants to be heard on Member Semrod and then Member Rocha?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So I just want to make sure I have a comment just for clarity of process. So we'll hear Member Afwan's changes and then Member Hodge. And are we going to save these maps up here so that we can then, because I'm just not going to retain all of this when we get to the end. So are we saving this so that we can look at this again?
We are able to save this. The only thing is that if at the end you choose a combination of multiple ones, we do not have a way to merge that. We would have to create those fresh, but we can save each bundle of amendments.
Okay. Thank you. And then I had a comment pertaining to the Avalon move, the amendment to move a portion of Avalon into District 5. I support that move. I think that when we look at District 4, it's a very large district. I know that's, we have, 5 is under population, and I disagree, Member Hodge. I think that there's some similarities that we see between Avalon Park and some of that west side of District 5. I reside within the area. I live off of Highway 50 and Lake Pickett. I frequent Avalon all of the time. My neighbors frequent Avalon all of the time. We go to their downtown area. It's closer to us than Waterford Lakes. I think it's a smart move. And when we look at the growth that has happened in District 4, We need to help a commissioner out so that there is less, no, I don't mean less people in District 4, but a more even distribution of people so that they can have greater service to the commissioner, and District 5 is under that population value. So I think that's a wise move. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rocha.
Hi, thank you. A couple of things. I have a comment amendment to Jimmy's current map, and that will be to put Freedom Middle School and South Lake back into 4, away from 6. I don't know if that could be illustrated. That was one. Second, I do second Kelly's support of the change in Avalon. I think it's a good change. And 3, just my 2 cents, because I get the mic and we're all going to be busy. I think that if any of us, I had other amendments, but the only one that makes sense to this map is the one I just spoke about. If any of us believes that there is a change that we can add to this one and finalize it and not make this meeting any longer and confusing that it could turn, I ask you guys to do as I'm asking Jimmy to illustrate my amendment and show all the numbers at the end, because I only have one. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Member Whittington.
Thank you, co-chairs, and I appreciate you taking the recommendation of Member Hoover. I was actually thinking that same thing, so I'm so grateful that you all decided to allow us to look at these maps once they are finished, because I would have to throw the baby out with the bathwater if this were to go forward right now as a vote. I have a significant concern with your eastern boundary of District 6 going into downtown, taking in the apartments and such that are just east of I-4. Some of the other changes I could live with, and I think that we are in a good position moving forward to make some other adjustments to some of the other amendments that are going to come forward. Avalon Park, I agree, but that I just have major consternation with that I-4 move.
Member Hardage. Okay. Does anybody else want to be heard on the amendments that Member Afont has provided? Is that you, my co-chair?
I'm trying. There we are.
Co-chair Perez.
Madam Chair, at this point, I move to table the motion to amend in light of all of these amendments so that we can, in fact, hear all of the other amendments and then bring this back off of the table at the end once we've heard everybody else's commentary.
Second.
You had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of tabling Member Afont's amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just to end, I would consider both Virginia's amendment. I took that from the city. That's where District 7 of the, 7, I think it is. I'm going on memory, I apologize, of the city ends. I use that, but if that's something that is a deal breaker, I would withdraw it. I would have no problem with that, Ms. Wellington. And Mr. Rocha, I would have no problem accepting your amendment. I don't think that changes that much population either at all. It's something that was in my mind, and I apologize. I didn't put it down. It's been a hectic 4 days, and for that I apologize immensely. But otherwise, I welcome the next person to come up here and make their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hardage, you were in the queue.
Thank you, Board. I'm going to make 4 possibly 5 proposed amendments to the map. And a board member asked earlier why were certain changes made. And so just to be candid about this, sometimes when you go through these processes, you end up with unintended consequences. And one of the unintended consequences of this map that we have is that it deviates from our goal to protect communities of interest as much as we can. In the map that we have, the District 6 population and voting age is reduced at a point greater than any other district on the map. It has almost a 4% difference. None of the other 5 districts have that greater deviation in the voting age. Secondly, last week at our last meeting, legal gave us an explanation of what our requirements are because of the jail population. And I'm just going to share a short story. On Thursday, that same day, I have a client. I represent incapacitated seniors. He lives in District 2, but he was arrested in District 6. If that had been the census day, he would have been counted as a resident of District 6 according to legal, and that is correct. So the point being is that the numbers will be inflated. On any given day, there are nearly 2,000 people between Orange County and the City of Orlando Jail. It's a little disturbing to me that we haven't looked to adjust these lines a little bit. So the motions that I'm going to make are basically made with the understanding that we want to try to correct for what I believe is an error in the map. The first motion, and I'm going to ask staff if they will create the map as I go, and then I'll ask to table the map. But the first motion would be to move the western boundary of District 6 back to its original boundary. No, not quite all of it, just the part that's north of, that picks up Metro West. Would be that part. Pick up that line back to the original line. You're adding that back to District 1. Okay. The second motion would be to bring Fairvilla. Is that the original line? Yes. The second motion would be to bring Fairvilla Shores into District 6. And the reason for that is it adds more population to District 6, but goes further to protect that northern boundary of District 6 at Silver Star. It would be at North John Young Parkway.
Point of order, are we going to go along with each change's percentages, increase, decrease, like we did with Jimmy's, or what are we doing here?
Mr. Board Member, because these will be comprehensive changes, would it be okay if we looked at the numbers at the end? Because they'll change as the motions are made. I'll do it either way, but I would prefer.
I think it's beneficial to just do it both.
I agree.
If the team can provide that.
I have no problems with that.
Okay, thank you. So just, Member Hardage, if you'll pause for a moment, with respect to returning the western boundary of District 6 to the current lines, what would the impact be?
11,763 individuals would be moved. The percent deviation in District 1 would be 4.7%, and the deviation in 6 would be negative 4.7%.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, question. Are we using the original 13A or the one that was just amended?
Original.
The original.
Thank you.
Okay, and so the second portion of his amendment.
Can you give me the deviation once we make that change? What's the deviation? Okay. The total District 6 with that one change. Okay, that's what I thought. Can you repeat that for the board?
District 6 deviation becomes negative 4.7%.
That's what I expected. The second amendment would be on the southern boundary of District 6, that we move that boundary back to its original line, which is the 528. Yes.
You mean the area by 441 and?
Yes. Move it back up to the 428.
Is it not? Yeah, okay.
No, not that.
So where Central Florida Parkway goes to 441, you want to
Correct.
move it back up to 528.
That's too much. There you go. In essence, we're putting that back into District 4. 4.
Do you want the deviations?
Yes, they require that. So it's
All right, 3,525 individuals would be moved. The percent deviation in District 4 becomes 3.7%, and the deviation in 6 becomes negative 6.2.
okay. That's pretty much what I expected. On District number 3, and I'm going to ask staff for a make sure I get the name of this community. That's the one that's this little notch right there. What is that called? And what's this road here? That road there. Okay, on District number 3, to compensate for the change in District 4, I would move that line back to the 417 and the 528.
Commissioner Hartage, I'm sorry, which line is that line?
She's drawing it now. And give me the numbers.
That would move 1,234 individuals. The percent deviation in District 3 would be negative 0.1%.
Correct.
And the
Number 4.
deviation in 4 would be 3.2%.
So the northwest corner of 528 and 417 would go from District 4 to District
In other words,
3.
you're removing it from District 4 into District 3. District 3 currently has a negative 0.59, and District 4 has a plus 2.25. So District 4 needs to reduce people. Or do I have it reversed? Needs to reduce people, and District 3 needs to gain people.
That moved 1,234 people.
And can you give me the deviations in the 6 districts?
All 6 districts?
Mm-hmm.
All right. District 1 is 4.7%. District 2 is negative 1.4%. District 3 is negative 0.6%. District 4 is 3.7%. District 5 is negative 0.2%. District 6 is negative 6.2%.
Okay, all of those are where I want except for District number 4. Give me the number for District number 6 once more. Not sure how much time. Okay, so it could use some more people. And so my final motion would be to bring Fairvilla Shores at North John Young back into District 6. I'm not sure how much time I have. 7 minutes. There's the North John Young boundary, which would be here. And that would take you to the negative number 6, I believe.
All right, all the way down this road?
No. Just the Fairville Shores.
Okay, so just the part that's in District 2, can we move it down?
Or North John Young. Most of these I know what the deviations would be. This one I'm not sure.
You're talking about Lee Road south to District 5 boundary and District 6 boundary.
Yes, basically I'm adding population to District 6, which seems to be an interest.
Lee Road south.
Kind of, sort of, but That's basically it.
Can we get clarity on exactly what streets we're talking about?
It's north of John Young and
So,
Having
That's
lived
actually-
there for about 5 or 6 years, it's Lee Road south, past 441, look to John Young Parkway, 'cause Lee Road kind of turns into John Young Parkway, and that goes to the boundaries of District 5.
I
It was
see.
the area put back from Maury Road. Remember last meeting we had, went from Maury Road, Edgewater. It's just putting it back into 6.
Exactly. So can I get the deviations for all 6 again, because I'm not sure what happened in District 2 and District 4.
All right, so this move would move 2,649 individuals. Oh. All right, and it would change the deviation. District 6 would be negative 5.1%. District 2 would be negative 2.6%.
Give me the District 6 again.
Negative 5.1%.
If the board would indulge me just 1 second more, what is the deviation when the Fairview Shores is not in there?
Negative 6.2. For just districts?
For District 6.
Yeah, negative 6.2.
That's not where I'm trying to go. Something doesn't seem right with that, because it would have been, I have a question for staff, because that doesn't quite add up, because if we just moved it back to the original line, it would be much less. Back to the original map.
So you still have this large portion
Oh, yes,
here?
that's right.
Do you need that?
No, I want that. That's the other piece. That's the other piece.
So we need to move that?
Yes, back to the original line. I'm sorry, what she was doing is when I gave her the original line for the western border, I left off a piece down by Vineland Road, and that's why the numbers are not the way I calculated. And that would do it.
Member Hardage, can you, once you finish confirming with staff, can you just quickly repeat
Yes.
the four, I believe
you put the map
four
back up? I
elements of
can't
your
see it.
proposal, and then the final splits, deviations based on all the elements of
I
your
can't
proposal?
really see that. One of these numbers, and I may want to confer with staff a second, because one of these numbers are coming out different from what I calculated in my office. So I'm going to ask if the board will indulge me to let me speak with staff and come back in just a second.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. You can, please, you could continue. I don't want to.
Madam
hold the
Chair,
meeting
can we
up.
take a 5-minute break, please?
Sure.
Go to the bathroom.
Do we need a motion?
Motion to recess?
Give time for Commissioner
We'll
Harding.
return at 8:05.
Thank you.
And I know that this is taking a while, but I have some really serious concerns about one or two items in the
Okay.
map. I think it's a great map.
We'll come back at 8:05.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Thank you. We're going to recall our meeting back to order. Member Hardage, we'll give you another
And
2 minutes.
Thank you, Board, for your indulgence. The goals are still the same. I worked with staff trying to get this back to what I drew when I was at home. So the motions would be, and I've kind of been through this before. You're all allowed to ask staff for clarification, so I'll do that as we go along. The motion would be, motion number 1 would be to bring Fabulous Shores into District 6, starting at North John Young Parkway, correct? Okay, motion number 2.
When you do that, will you go
Yes,
ahead
please.
and give the data?
Mr. Callen, we were doing this on the fly, and they have a batch of changes, not the individual changes.
I don't think I'm the chairman right now, Homer, so.
But you asked that question, so.
Yeah, I did, because it was helpful, because Jimmy was doing it, but, Chair.
If we could, I'm going to try to do this again. The first motion would be to bring Fabulous Shores into District 6 at the North John Young Parkway boundary. The second motion would be, was to bring the Metro West line back to the original boundary. I'm going to withdraw that motion and modify it to come down, what street is that? And this is basically to add people to District 6. That would be the new boundary, and I'll ask staff to tell us what that is. But basically, I'm modifying that motion. Yes.
That would be Edgewood Ranch Road, Steer Lake Road, and then the Florida Turnpike.
Yes. And the third motion would be at the corner of Hiawassee and Silver Star, there's a notch that was left out from the original line. Right there. Would be, we brought that back in. That was left out of the original map number 13. And it's a small notch, but it has a lot of people. It's really very dense. At the corner of John Young Parkway and Highway 50, there's a little notch that was previously in District 6 that's now out. We want to bring that back in. And I know I'm making this maybe seem a little bit more complicated than it is, but it should be. And at the lower southern portion of District 6, we're moving the boundary back to the original boundary, which is the 528, and adding that back into District 4. And that's all should be reflected on the, I'm sorry, we're keeping that. So that should be the map. Can you show the whole map and the numbers? And give us the numbers.
District 1 is 1.7%. District 2 is negative 3.6%. District 3 is negative 0.07%. District 4 is 1.74%. District 5 is negative 0.5%. District 6 is 0.76%.
Okay, thanks. And that does everything that I want to do except for the number that's in District number 1.
Excuse me, could you please tell me the deviation again in District 4?
District 4 was 1.74%.
And that's an improvement from where it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardage. This time, we're going to move on to discussion on this set of amendments.
One question. Can staff, when they're giving the final percentages, also give the final maximum deviation as well?
Good point.
For Affonts, the percent deviation was 2.8%. For this round, it is, give me 1 second. It is 5.3.
What this does is move District 6 closer to what it was prior to the start of this process. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have
Member
a-
Whittington.
May I have a point of order?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. At the end, when we all come through, so we've had Member Aflance and we've had Member Hardage, and at the end, now we'll have two different maps. How do we move through it at the end when you like some from Mr. Hardage, some from Mr. Aflante, and then maybe some from Member Hodge? How do we do this at the end so that I can keep track of my notes?
So the proposals that we have right now have been submitted, are presented as packages. To be honest, I was originally pursuing one amendment at a time because I thought that would be the way we'd get to where we are hoping to be. My recommendation still remains that once we've heard all these different proposals, that there needs to be a motion made to approve one or none. So we'll have to wait to hear a motion. Although I would do note that Member Afon's motion has been tabled. So Member Whittington?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hardage, for the recommendations. If it's okay, and if the board will indulge for just a moment, the notch that's up on the northern boundary of District 6 now, that's Fairview Shores, and if I heard correctly, we're negative 3.6 in District 2. What would that look like without that notch, with that going back to District 2? Can we just take a look at that real quick?
That would move 2,649 individuals. It would bring District 2 to negative 2.5 and District 6 to negative 0.4%.
So negative 2.5?
Correct.
Board Member Whittington, if we get to the process where we actually making motions to add in various pieces, I think that would be an appropriate motion. Hopefully I get a chance to hear the other proposals, and maybe at the end there'll be a composite motion as opposed to five of us having independent motions.
Thank you. And Madam Co-Chair, the move that I was looking to make is that area of Country Club that was the previous toe. I call the toe in District 2 that kind of made it look gerrymandered, to bring that into District 6, but that may be a little much. It kind of looks gerrymandered to go up into Fairview Shores that way. So I don't know if I would be able to support that move, but I'm interested in hearing the rest as it comes forward.
Thank you, Member Whittington. Member Rocha.
Yes, I wanted to see if you will entertain moving District 4 line on Deerfield down to the 417, so you can follow the 417 line, and not Deerfield.
You talking about the little notch that's off to the right?
Yes, sir. If you can go down all the way to the 417.
I didn't include that in my motion. I made this as complicated as I possibly could make it, but I think that's a reasonable request.
Thank you, sir.
I think that should be done, is my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Member Callen.
So, point of order, are we going to be discussing everyone's amendments, and then after everyone gives amendments, then we have motions at that point? Is that the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Whittington, I thought the Country Club area that was east of John Young Parkway and north of 50 to 441, and I think it's Silver Star Road, I thought Commissioner Hardage moved that from District 2 to District 6 as part of his last amendments. So the map does show the Country Club area, that area south of Silver Star, east of John Young, to 441 north of 50 in District 6.
Correct, and I was stating my concurrence with that, but
Okay.
not what kind of looks like a knot on the top going into Fairview Shores. I think that northern boundary should be Silver Star.
I have no other requests to speak on the board. All right, are there any other amendment proposal packages that someone wants to bring forward? Member Simrod?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I had two, and Member Aflans addresses one of them, which was the move of the Avalon. I had a little bit of a different boundary, but I will settle with the one that you provided. So I only have one, and that is looking in District 1 and taking, if you look at where District 1 Commissioner resides, so it's McGuire Road, taking that border of District 1 and moving it up to the existing Highway 50 line of, so essentially it would be a part of Ocoee, that area, though the people identify with the Windermere area, and it moves the line back to the existing Highway 50 border.
Is this an amendment to the original 13A map? Or
Yes, it
amendment?
is.
Okay.
So I'm making a motion.
No, we're not doing motions yet. We're just doing the proposal so everybody can hear the
Oh,
amendments.
sorry, I lost track of the
Okay.
meeting.
Can I, just for the, so staff can work through this up here, you're proposing just to, is that to just reinstate that boundary of District 1 across Colonial?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have numbers?
They're working on it.
Madam Co-Chair.
That would, oh, sorry.
We're waiting for staff to finish giving
No, I
everyone a
understand.
number. Can you
I was
just-
going to ask you something.
Can you just let them
Sure.
give that, and then we'll give you a second. Go ahead.
All right, so that would move 13,087 individuals. It would change the percent deviation in District 1 to 5.3 and District 2 to negative 6.9%.
Can you give the deviation, the relative deviations?
For the entire map or for just the districts?
For the entire map.
That would be 12%.
Thank you. 12% is over. Thank you.
Member Arias, you had a question? Okay. Member Roca.
I have three amendments I would like to suggest for 13A as my submission of amendments, if that's possible at this time or no.
I just want to, before we do that, see if anyone else has points of discussion on the amendment Member
Thank you.
Simrod mentioned.
Does she want to withdraw that
I would like
amendment?
to withdraw my motion,
Oh,
please.
okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. Now,
A moment of truth. Oh, here we go. Right, if the staff, thank you for your work this 10, 12 weeks, first of all. And if you will please entertain me, I am not so computer literate over there in your software. So the one change will be to put Freedom High School from 6 back to 4, and the neighborhood called Skylight South also back to District 4.
Mr. Rocha, will you just allow staff to treat one amendment at a time?
Huh?
Will you allow the staff to, a moment to accommodate that
Oh,
on the
okay.
computer first?
Cool.
So your first one was to move Freedom High School from District 6 to District 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Point of order, is it Freedom Middle School or high school?
Middle school, but they're across the street from each other. Yeah, I too live there. I dropped off my brother-in-law junior high school and high school every morning, or some mornings.
That would move 3,525 individuals. The percent deviation in District 4 would be 3.7%, and District 6 would be negative 1.2%.
Thank you. My second amendment, if you don't mind, moving the border of District 4 from Deerfield to the 417.
Point of order, I think that the 417 is the southern border of Deerfield.
Correct. So I want to go south a little more. From Deerfield, 2 lights down to the 417. It's all warehouses there, a funeral home. I run that area every morning.
Where exactly is that? I'm trying to figure that out with.
Where if our district comes up OBT, and he makes a left on Deerfield before getting to Peppermill. That's as far as I can tell you. I will get myself lost in the map. I apologize.
Madam Co-Chair, if I could make a suggestion. Julio, the issue with that is I've worked with this area. Either you're best to leave it where it is or go down to the Hunters Creek CDP, because it's very difficult to navigate through that little block. So either leave it where it's at or go down to the CDP border. Otherwise,
Okay.
it gets real wonky. Because
I
it
will-
doesn't follow the 417.
I will ask the staff to go down as my fellow committee member, Wes Hodge, suggests, please.
That would move 1,498 individuals. The percent deviation for District 4 is 4.4%. District 1 would be negative 0.9%.
And the last change, I would like you to illustrate the change in Avalon that Committee Member Afan and Committee Member Sembrock support. And that will be the end of my 3 suggestions. Thank you.
That would move 10,547 individuals. The percent deviation for District 5 would become 4.2%, and District 4 would be negative 0.1%.
And can you read what the entirety of all districts, the maximum deviation in all of them across the board?
District 1 would be negative 0.9%. District 2, negative 1.4%. District 3, negative 0.6%. District 4, negative 0.1%. District 5, 4.2%. District 6, negative 1.2%. Total would be 5.6%.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion offered on the amendments proposed by Member Rocha? Member Mellon? No, that's right. Member Semrod?
Thank you. In order to address Member Hodges' comment earlier, could we have staff include the Avalon Middle School and High School within the same district and see how that changes the numbers?
For clarification, you are still wanting the rest of Avalon moved, just not the schools?
Hold on, let me just look. Because can you zoom, because I can't zoom in on the PDF to see the area. I'm looking at 13A on the website, but could you? Can you find me this? I mean, could you find the two schools? Can you go that close?
If you'd like me to help, where the 90-degree angle is, that's where the high school is, to the top right. Across the way to the left is where the elementary school is.
The lower left-hand corner, that 90-degree angle?
Right where the cursor is right now. That's where the high school is. And then if you go across Avalon Park Boulevard, that's where the elementary school is.
So I think they're like 3 miles down the, are they about 3 miles down the road? So if you capture, one is currently in 4, one is currently in 5. Honestly, I don't know which way it's better to swing it, to put both schools in 4 or put both schools in 5. That's not really the point. It's just to try to have the schools in the same district. So I will depend on staff to advise which would be a better.
Staff doesn't make those recommendations, just so you know, they only provide data.
Okay. Let's move both into 5. From 4 to 5. So one is in 4, one is in 5. We'll move them both to 5.
Would that be Timber Lakes Elementary School?
No, it's the middle school and the high school, so it's elementary. Wes, can you explain what your concern was earlier? I thought it was the split between a middle school and a high school. Is the concern a split between an elementary and a middle school?
It was in reference to the necessity to consolidate Union Park using the rationale that the schools need to be together. I was simply illustrating that this new line splits other schools up so that the rationale is flawed.
So it splits an elementary school from a middle school?
In Union Park, yes.
In Avalon, what does it split?
In Avalon, it splits an elementary school and a high school.
So the middle school and the high school remain in the same district. It's just the elementary school is in a different. Can we see what it would look like if the elementary was in District 5?
If you look, see where the 90-degree bend is, and you go up, you see where that loop is right there? That loop right there. The middle school is, move the cursor to the right just a little bit, please. Right there. The middle school's there, the high school's in the corner, and the elementary school is on the other side of the green line. So they're all three right there. So the middle school and the high school are in the same census block according to this, what's highlighted right now. And the elementary school would be across the way in that small little block.
Okay, I guess I don't see, I thought it was a middle school and a high school, and I thought that was more problematic than having the elementary school apart from the middle and high school. I don't know if other committee members have a thought on that in terms of, do middle school, high school, and elementary all need to be within the same district, or is it okay for the elementary school to remain in another?
Well, we'll let that question sizzle in their
Sizzle.
evaluations, and we'll continue with the comments. Member Arias.
You want to get that looked at, Mark.
I remember now. Just too much stuff going on. The deviation in District 5, I think, and I just want to check with staff, was positive 4.6 in regard to the changes or amendments Ms. Semrad wants to make?
It is 4.2.
4.2? So if I'm reviewing all of the deviations for each district, they were all negative except for number 5, which was positive 4.2.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Member Alfant.
Basically, I'm going to withdraw my question.
I like the trajectory of things. You can turn your mic off. Do we have any other requests to speak on Member Rocha's proposal? Okay. Are there any other amendment proposals that committee members would like to bring forward? I have no requests.
I'll make a motion, make an amendment, please.
You're going to make your proposal?
Yes.
Okay. Member Hodge.
All right, without substantially redrawing the map, basically we'll take the notch in District 5 and return it back to, or the notch District 3 makes in District 5, put it back into District 5 at Colonial Drive.
$3,938 individuals would be moved. The percent deviation in District 5 would be 1.4%, and in District 3, negative 2.2%.
And then move the line where District 3 and 4, if you can move that line. Let me see here. Yeah, I want to go make this notch over to the 417 and then down to the 528. So we're going to move it over to the 417 and go down to the 528 to allow District 3 area for future growth, in theory.
That would move 1,234 individuals. The percent deviation in District 3 would be negative 1.7%. District 4 would be positive 1.7%.
Next would be to go down the middle of the airport. I'm just trying to pick a line. It doesn't make a difference because, as Member Alfant pointed out, there's nobody that lives at the airport, so I'm just trying to split the airport in half. To put a line in, and then to go down basically to get South Chase and just above Meadowwoods, the city Orlando line. So to pull Taft into District 3. As close to that as you can get.
No. Member Hodge, will you repeat that for this group?
Yeah, they're working on it right now. To split the airport in half, to go down to, I believe it's Weatherby that cuts across, and then go over to the north side of South Chase to bring Taft from District 4 into District 3. That also will allow for the consolidation of Belle Isle that we've been trying to address.
Madam Co-Chair, may I ask for a clarification? So the southeastern border would go up what street again, Mr. Hodge, please? The southeastern border of what your Amendment 3 is trying to be? What road, or more or less, what road is it following up?
If you can look at the map here, what street is that? Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. I think that's, it's either Hanging Moss or Boggy Creek Road, sorry.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
There you go. Hanging Moss, Boggy Creek are the same in my head. I don't know why, even though they're geographically nowhere near each other. Boggy Creek, yes, so using Boggy Creek Road. The other amendment would be to move the notch between District 2 and District 6 back to the original line. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry, yeah, you need to cover that. My bad.
5,916 individuals would be moved. The percent deviation in 3 would be 0.8%. District 4 would be negative 0.7%.
And the last change would be to move the notch that was relocated from 6 to 2 back to 6. That notch, yeah, that one. Yeah. No, I'm talking about Pine Hills, where Silver Star and I believe that is Hiawassee, that little notch that was moved, just move that back. Yeah, that little corner. Just to restore the current line between 6 and 2, which I believe is what the community has been asking us to do. And this is not perfect, but these are the amendments that will accomplish what I believe we're trying to accomplish without completely withdrawing the map.
That would move 2,540 individuals. The percent deviation for District 6 would be 1.3%. For District 2, negative 2.5%.
And then can we have the aggregate for all 4?
How do you have something different?
Because we probably didn't grab all the exact same things down here.
Gotcha, but these should be the same.
Go back up.
So we can do this on the fly.
Did you move this over here?
Oh, you're right, I did.
Okay, so you
Correct. Yep. One last change, I apologize, to move the western border of District 2 and 6 back to where it currently is.
Yeah, we'll need that as
Can
well.
you give the lines?
It's the area right up against Ocoee, north of 50, south of Silver Star, just restoring the line between 2 and 6. Good Homes Road, as staff so graciously pointed out to me. Thank you.
All right. 1,287 individuals would be moved. The percent deviation for District 2 would be negative 2%. District 6 would be 0.8%.
All right, and that's all of my changes for that amendment.
If y'all would let the lady speak, she'd give us the information.
District 1 is negative 0.2%. District 2 is negative 2%. District 3 is 0.8%. District 4 is negative 0.7%. District 5 is 1.4%. District 6 is 0.8%. Maximum deviation is 3.4%.
Please,
Thank
she
you.
said that pretty quick. I'm sorry, Madam Co-Chair. Could she do it one more time?
Absolutely.
District 1 is negative 0.2%. District 2, negative 2%. District 3, 0.8%, District 4, negative 7.7%, District 5, 1.4%, District 6, 0.8%. Maximum deviation is 3.4%.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on Member Hodges' proposed amendments? Member Rocha?
Yeah, is it possible that we can zoom in into the airport and the split in half, if that's what I understood? May I ask the rationale behind that, on the split on the airport?
I just need you to pick a line to come down. If you want to move it to Tradeport, I'm fine with that too. It does not make any difference to me. I just was trying to pick something to split, so I figured split the airport.
Thank you. No, I actually arrive up and down Tradeport and Orange every morning to work back home, so I know that area. I just wanted to see why are we going to involve two commissioners when we currently have one, right? Correct. Thank you.
Point of order. A comment?
Member Callen?
Yeah, it's interesting. Both districts 4 and 3, they're the residents that are impacted by the planes flying into the airport primarily. They really are. And so it maybe makes some sense. The FAA has done some revised rules recently. There's a lot of unincorporated Orange County north of 528 to Curry Ford Road. There's pockets of unincorporated area there. And then there's the area south of the airport. I think it's all there's some in the city of Orlando, but there is a portion that remains on Boggy Creek that's in the county. So it's, FAA has come up with new rules. They're flying lower, and there's going to be more rules in the future. The plane traffic has increased substantially. So it may make some sense to have two districts commissioners over the airport, especially District 3, which has a far larger area that is impacted by the airport fly zone than District 4. But still, District 4 is in that fly zone. So it kind of makes some sense, I think, from a day-to-day consideration.
Thank you. Member Simrod?
Thank you. I concur with Mr. Callen. That's a really good point about the day-to-day operations with the airport and having it impact residents of two areas. Member Hodge, I'm so sorry, but did you move Avalon? I've lost a little bit of track in the mapping of.
Yeah, no, there's no change in Avalon, and I was trying to entertain that ability to make the change, but as you can see right now, District 5 is already positive and District 4 is already negative, and I don't think that these changes would justify further movement. If you can find a way to make it work, I would be open to it, though.
Member Hardage?
No, I was just going to say that I think these amendments get us closer to the concerns that I had with the existing map number 13A. I was wondering if staff can give us the population numbers of each district, just as a by the way.
District 1, 237,760. District 2, 233,624. District 3, 240,123. District 4, 236,540. District 5, 241,703. District 6, 240,158.
Member Rocha?
Yeah, I just wanted to entertain the comments that my fellow committee members stated that the airplanes do fly all around Orlando. So if that's the point, every single, and again, I'm being serious about the comment, every single district that an airplane flies over should have a piece of the airport, and that's not the point. I think that the airport has been doing well under one commissioner, and I think for the better opportunity of the future growth of the airport, future terminals and so forth, it should remain the same way. Thank you.
Member Alfont?
Yes, let's start by the movement, and I think the numbers concern me. We're 2 districts in 2040, which is about 3,000 above the 23,700 that we tried, and we're doing this, and I understand where it's coming from. I do. You're right, Tom. FAA is changing everything because it is in District 4. We're concerned, and we know about that, but we also know that the airport is run by GOA. It's run by the City of Orlando, and with all due respect, 1 or 2 commissioners don't make a difference because they have nothing to do with the airport. I'm going to call it out as it is. They have nothing to do with it, other than there's a train that's coming through, and some people would like to split it up. But said that, at this point, the area that you're adding to District 3, this is my concern, there is no growth in that area. That area is so close to the airport that we know, and I can tell you right now, there's going to be no real growth there because of its proximity to the airport, and it's mostly also part of the City of Orlando. So again, it will be run by the City of Orlando. So at this point, Wes, I have to say, the 2 changes with District 3 and District 5 really moved too many people for my taste. What you call the gerrymandering, which I, as a member of District 5, I would call it incorrect, has been there since 1990. That upper corner has always been in District 3, and you're taking it out because you think it makes it look prettier or just use the same thing. I cannot support that. So at this point, I would have to say no.
Member Hardage?
Yes, Mr. Hodge, if your motion would go forward, would you be amenable to adding one additional motion, and that would be that the southern boundary of District 6, the southeast boundary, move back to the original line?
The 528?
Yes, to the yes.
Mr. Hodge?
Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. My initial concern, Commissioner Hardage, is that it puts a big notch back into District. Would you put it into District 4 or District 3?
I would just move the District 6 line from where it is on map 13A back to the original District 6 line. I'm not sure how many people that is, but staff could tell us.
But my question is would you want to move that to District 3 now, which is coming all the way down to
No.
South Chase? Or
I'm not sure we're talking about the same part. Go back up, staff. That piece there, yes.
Right. So if you look at that right there, District 3 is now to the right of that area, and District 4 is to the bottom of that area.
I would move it to District 4.
Move it to District 4.
Mhm.
Okay.
Wait, no, District 4 is minus, so it could take more people. It could go either way, but I'm just saying, just a thought.
I would be inclined to do District 3.
District 4, she said District 4 was minus 0.7, and District 3 is plus 8%. So I would see what happens if you move it to District 4. It's just a question. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
0.8.
0.8. Right, but District 4 is minus 0.7. No, I'm sorry, 7. Yes.
You got 3 choices. You got District 1, 3, or 4, I guess, to put it into.
I would think 4. That's just a thought. Maybe staff can tell us what that would be, and then Mr. Hodge can say yea or nay.
It is a population of 3,513 individuals. If moved to District 4, it would change the percent deviation to 0.7%, and District 6 would go to negative 0.7%.
Okay. And what would the other districts be
If we moved it, or as they are?
if we moved it?
Okay.
And that's based on Hodges' map
Exactly.
amendments as amended by this, okay.
Provided he accepts it.
If moved to District 3, the percent deviation of District 3 would be 2.2%. District 6 would be negative 0.7%. If
Okay.
moved to District 1, the percent deviation of District 1 would be 1.2%. 6 would be negative 0.7%.
No, I think we were talking about moving it to District 4. Currently, map 13 places it in District 6 at the original boundary.
So you want a list of all the districts with going into District 4? Is that
Yes,
what you
with
want?
it going into District 4.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Okay.
Commissioner, my biggest concern on that would be that if we took that out, it leaves District 6 negative 0.7, negative 0.8, is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
And 6 is, for all intents and purposes, landlocked with no true opportunity for growth. And so I would err on the side of leaving 6 on the plus side than the negative side, if that makes sense.
I think Commissioner Hartage's amendment is really good because he's the district appointee, and he's thought that that's important to do that, and he's brought it up several times tonight. And I'm
Member
for that.
Cowan, I
Yes.
appreciate your comment, but I'd just like to point out that you weren't called on. And
Am I out of order?
that's not your first time tonight. We got a lot of things going on, so we're going to let Member Hartage finish.
Only because I didn't want to go and repeat the obvious again. There's a reason for doing this. These maps are something other than just pretty lines. They have big consequences on people's lives, and even though it creates a larger negative, it also gets us closer to the current percentage of the African American voting population. And I think that even if we do this and nothing happens, it's okay, but sometimes these things have consequences that we can't see today, and this just puts us in a position to kind of buffer us against that. So that would be, we'll be concentrating the votes a little bit, but we're allowed to do that if we're protecting communities of interest, and that's where I'm coming from on that. And it doesn't affect District 4. District 4 is already minus 0.7%, so it actually adds to that. And it's better than the map that we currently have on our District 13, which has it at 2.25. So if he would accept that, I would withdraw all of my motions and just consider that, and maybe some comments from Mr. Alphonse's motion.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Cowan.
Well, I've been consistent all night about that, and I agree with you on that. My concern about District 6, there's a lot of gentrification going on the next 10 years. I'm really concerned about that. And we're having to make up population in District 6, and 31,000. We're trying to do it to maintain the integrity of that district. And I think this amendment goes that way to support the integrity of the next 10 years in light of the gentrification that's going on within District 6.
Member Whittington.
I think my concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Arias.
I think I've stated my position in reference to District 3 from the beginning. I've said always that it needs to grow south. In fact, I agree with Committee Member Alfont. I think it should actually be further south, and we shouldn't split the airport. We should take it further south to the Taft Vineland Road and maybe make it turn left on Tradeport. So I understand the concern about splitting the airport in two commissioners. Would you consider dropping the southern border even further down?
How far south would you want to? Are you wanting to continue the split or just move the airport completely to District 3?
For myself, again, my concern is 3 is just landlocked and we've got nowhere to go. So if you're going to be fair to Orange County residents across the board, and 4 has tremendous growth coming forward, 2 does as well, 1 does, they all have, just by looking at the map and eyeballing it, you can see the huge area that 4 has. You can see the huge area that 5 has. You can see the huge areas that 2 and 1 have. So clearly 6 and 3 are at a disadvantage, in my opinion. I just see it that way. So in which way can 6 and 3 grow if they need to grow, but they're locked by the other districts? The only way I see it growing, and I've said it from the beginning, is 3 needs to go south. I actually liked it to go all the way to Weatherby, but I'm willing to sacrifice that and say we can cut it at Taft-Vineland. And I would have loved to have seen it go to Heinzelman, but I don't see Heinzelman either. So I'd be willing to give in to Tradeport Drive if the other members were inclined. Now, again, this is just a suggestion, but I also understand the point of, and I'm sorry, I'm going, I guess, over a little bit, but just 30 seconds. I also understand splitting that particular area with 2 commissioners is probably a pretty good idea as well, because I think it'll give the airport an opportunity to have 2 voices instead of 1. So I understand, and I support your amendment, but I would love for it to go even further.
I next have Member Alfano. I'd love for us to try and wrap up our comments on this as much as possible in case there's additional ones.
Briefly, the only problem I have with putting that part of in District 4 is going to really look awkward that you go down and then you go curve to the right. That would, if you want to talk about gerrymandering, with all due respect, Wes, that would look gerrymandering. And even though I do want that in District 4, that is a concern. The concern I have right now is that, again, we're in the 3-point-something deviation. We're still now changing more than, if my numbers correct me, more than 18,000 people from one district. The area that you're proposing, these people are ready in August to vote for District 4. Now you're going to tell them, well, you can't do that. You're going to be voting in 2 more years because District 3 has already voted, so you could have to wait for 6 years to vote for your commissioner. That has always been a concern for me. I'm going to say this for the last time. I really think we need to make the smallest possible changes. Drastic changes I cannot support. Moving that many people just to keep 2 people or 3 people or 4 people, 5 people in agreement on this board, I understand that. I play politics, but with all due respect, I think at this point we need to start playing what's best for Orange County, and this map favors 1 district and not all of them. Thank you.
Member Callen.
Jimmy, your map amendments move 18,000 people as well. And I think, Hodge, I never thought of this idea. It's actually brilliant. I think it's like a King Solomon way to resolve this. It's putting 3 and 4 there. And the reasons why it makes some sense, neither one are on the GOA board. The GOA board is run by the City of Orlando. The mayor is on it as well of the county. He's a statutory member. But the city owns the airport, but he's on the governing board. I get that. Where it comes into play for county commission districts is that they adopt these zoning ordinances and maps and fly zones over 4 and 3 primarily, and these are the 2 districts that bear that burden. You know, some of the very practical concerns is that when planes come down and they jettison kerosene, then you find a lot of residential housing has a roofs that don't last as long. And that's been going on for 20, 30 years. And now the FAA has lowered it even more so recently. And I just live just north of 50 there. And sometimes I feel like I can read the plane's numbers coming down. And it's worse when you get past 50 all the way down to the airport. So District 3 bears the brunt of the prevailing wind pattern. I don't want to get into that, but it's from the south to the north. So most of the flights come in from the north into the wind. Occasionally when the wind comes in from the south, from south to north, when it comes in from the north, then the planes will land from over District 4. But I do think it does make some sense. Neither one are on the board, neither one control the board, but the citizens surrounding the airport here are the most impacted. Not Lake Nona, actually. Lake Nona is not impacted at all. You know, that area of Taft is not impacted at all. Meadowwood, South Chase is not impacted by the airport, the fly zones. It's a linear thing. It's north and south. If you look at the maps historically, how it's done. So I think it's kind of actually a pretty nuanced way to solve this problem. Put it in 2 districts, and then I would encourage that Hodge support the request by Hartage with regard to 528 boundary, whether it's in 4, 1, or 3. I don't think it really makes a difference. I hear what Commissioner Hartage is saying. I think that there's a lot of change going on for District 6, and we need to maintain the integrity of that district.
Mr. Arias.
I wasn't sure I was clear in my previous remarks. I just want to clarify for the committee members. In a perfect world, I would have loved for 3 to go further south. That was my point. But in a way of resolving and settling with the rest of the districts, I would agree with Mr. Hodges' map. It's just that, again, what I'm trying to let the committee members know is I don't mind giving up half of what I originally would have liked. So my point was I would support Hodges' map if I couldn't obviously get it to go any further south, which it seems like it won't. So if that were the case, I would support his map. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Co-Chair Perez.
Madam Co-Chair, I don't think we have any other amendments from anyone. So at this time, it seems to me that it's time for a motion. And at this point, I would move map 13A with the amendments proposed by Mr. Hodge, as well as the 528 amendment from Commissioner Hartage.
I second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Member Co-Chair Perez, Member Arias. We should move into discussion, but I'd like to ask staff if they have the ability to print the information for this set of proposals.
We would need a little bit of time to figure it out. We think we'd be able to, yes. But we need to confirm that. If we could just have a break to go through that, we might be able to get those printed off.
Do you think you need 10, 15 minutes?
Probably, because we're going to need to email them over and then print them off if possible.
Okay.
It seems to me if staff can accomplish that, assuming my motion passes, we will have all of the information we need to advance a map tonight. So if they can do that, we can look at it. It may take us a little time. We may run a little late, but we would certainly advance our work, assuming my motion passes. But I'm thrilled that staff has, A, been capable all night to do the GIS work. Thank you for that.
We won't be able to get the data. It's just going to be the map that you see on the screen, so you'd be able to have them.
Well, we've had the data all night.
Well, the full data package that you
Of course.
normally get with the splits and stuff like that, you won't have that.
Okay.
So the portion of District 6 that Commissioner Hartage wanted to move, I don't think it was ever decided where it's going to go, which district it's going to go into.
Mr. Co-Chair Perez, I do apologize. What is your motion?
My motion is to move forward Committee Proposal 13A as amended by Mr. Hodge, his amendments, together with the amendment that Commissioner Hartage proposed, moving the boundary of District 3 to the 528. And for sake of looking at this motion, I would put the balance, I would move it into District 3.
I second.
4?
Point of order, just for
Yes, sir.
there is a motion table also. Are we going to vote on that or not?
We can, if there's a motion, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If there's a motion to pull it off the table, that would be appropriate. But we've got a motion and a second on the floor now. So we need to deal with that before we can deal with the table motion.
I got a point of order. Wouldn't you do the motion that was already brought up first at the beginning of the onset of?
Only if
before
there's a
the
motion
questioning?
to pull it off the table. It has been tabled, so we need to pull it off the table to consider it, but there's now a new motion and second moving forward. So we can take a motion to pull it off the table when we're done with this motion.
Point of order. I think Mr. Miller is correct. He made a motion to set 13A as is. I second that motion, and we have never voted on it. And before you go to any other motion, as point of order, you would have to take up his first motion, which was second, before you go to any other. Just parliamentary procedure.
We have a motion on the table that's been put forward by Mr. Roca and seconded. Now, we listened to possible amendments. We tabled your grouping. We now have a motion to amend the motion from Mr. Roca. So if my motion fails, we go back to Mr. Roca's motion of approving it as it is. And then there's an opportunity either way, whether mine passes or fails, to pull your set of amendments off the table and pick and choose those to add to whatever we passed or didn't pass from my motion.
But his motion was never tabled, for the record.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about. My motion was to accept his motion, which was advanced 13A, and then amend it with Mr. Hodges' motion and Commissioner Hartage's motion.
But I believe that when there's a motion pending, a second motion cannot be made.
You can amend the motion before you vote on the amendment, and then you vote on the primary motion.
Okay, so you're amending then, you're not really making.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair. If I understand correctly, I got a little lost here. I had made 3 amendments to map 13A. And into that map were the other amendments added?
Exactly. Let me be clear. Yeah. So there is a motion that was made by Jason to approve 13A as put forward. So that motion is on the floor. We heard proposals for amendments from everyone, and then I just moved to amend Jason's motion, to amend it by Mr. Hodges' amendments and by the amendment from Commissioner Hartage. So we would dispose of my motion, either approve it or not. Then we're back on the main motion. Then we can have a motion to pull off of the table Jimmy's proposal, or we can pick up your amendments to Mr. Hodges, but we've got to amend it one at a time. So my initial amendment to Jason's motion is to amend it with Mr. Hodges' comments together with Commissioner Hartage's pulling it down to 528, which then takes out all of Commissioner Hartage's proposed amendments. And what would be left on what has been proposed are Ms. Simrot's amendment, your amendment, and Jimmy's on the table, and other amendments from Commissioner Hartage, but he's pulling his. So if the clerk wants me to restate, I'll restate that on the motion from Jason, from Mr. Mellon, I move to amend 13A with the amendments proposed by Mr. Hodge, together with the amendment proposed by Commissioner Hartage, moving the line down to the 528 and putting that additional area. I know I said District 3 before, but I meant to say District 4.
Point of order. If your motion passes, then is the map that we forward on to the BCC 13A with amendments from Hodge and one from Hartage, or no?
Yes, unless we add, if my motion passes, the map we would forward on to the BCC would be 13A plus the Hodge amendment plus the Hartage amendment, and then if other amendments are proposed subsequently, I'm not the only one who gets to amend it. So if there are other amendments subsequent, we can look at those and staff can give us analysis on those. But it's it's going to be an amending process. So I'm trying to start the dialogue. I think Mr. Hodges' amendments are very good, and I think Commissioner Hartage's amendment is good, and it satisfies his concerns. So I think we're solving a lot of our problems with this package. So if we get that, and then if there's other things we want to do to tweak around the sides, we can certainly do that. But this is not lock the map and it goes forward. All of the other amendments are still available to amend before we vote on Jason's final motion.
Ms. Barrios?
We were just notified that the person who could actually print has left, so we are not able to print the maps as amended by the different bundles.
That's fine. I guess we can do that Thursday.
Is there an in-house printer?
No, there's nothing here.
Point of order. Was the concern about the maps being printed to get the percentage numbers? Is that what the concern was? Or the map shapes? We have the map shape.
It was just for convenience, yeah.
Convenience? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think they can bring up the numbers here. They can run the report, and we can get closer, walk up to the map and look at the numbers if we need to. And I was thinking about if I could have permission to do that.
I'm glad you appreciate that. No, I mean, if we don't have the ability to print, we don't have the ability to print. So having said that, it doesn't seem to me that there's a basis for needing to take a break since there's nothing to print, so we can move forward with the discussion. Does anyone have any further discussion on the motion and the second on the floor?
I'm sorry, I have another point of order. Is the map that we're looking at right now take into consideration all of Hodge and Hartage's amendments? Homer, does it have yours in there?
It has all of Hodges and the one from Hartage moving the section from District 6 to District 4.
Can we get those numbers?
Will you do us a favor and, based on those amendments, provide the deviation for each district and then the county as a whole?
District 1 is negative 0.2%. District 2 is negative 2%. District 3 is 0.8%. District 4 is 0.7%. District 5 is 1.4%. District 6 is negative 0.7%. The maximum deviation is 3.4%.
Call the question.
We have a motion and a second to call the question. Is 75% is needed to call the question? Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Member Arias?
Yes.
Member Alfond? I'm sorry? Yes. Member Cowden?
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
Member Hartage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge?
Yes.
Member Hoover?
No.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Mellon?
Yes.
Member Roca?
No.
Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
No.
The motion passes.
We have 75% of the members present.
Nine to 5. Voting
9 to
up.
5? Okay. That is 75%, correct? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. So the motion fails. We need 75% to call the question.
Madam Co-Chair, I apologize. 64%.
Okay. So the records of the motion fails. We continue discussion. Member Whittington.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Is it possible, I think that moving that piece from the bottom of District 6 that was previously there into District 4 might be a fatal flaw for this. Only just by eyeballing this, it looks gerrymandered, got a little finger coming up around there. So if there would be consideration for moving that into District 3, I think it would make it a little more, what's the word we've been using, compact. And then also, is the little line to the southwest, east, the southeast, is that going to cause us a problem of District 3? It looks like it may be a road. Is that going to cause an issue?
Those are areas that during live drawing can sometimes get missed just around roadways. Those would be fixed, and we will check that in one moment.
So, Madam Co-Chair, I would be able to support this if that piece was going to District 3 instead of District 4.
Thank you, Member Whittington. I will make my comment that my concern with the proposal as it currently sits is that it leaves District 6 at a negative 0.71%. Member Hoover.
Thank you. I was going to make the same point about moving what sort of becomes like a rhinoceros horn at the end of District 4 into District 3. I think I could support it either way, but I think it's a bit neater to move it into District 3, even though I think that takes up the deviation to District 3, in my mind, probably over 2%. It is one of our sort of landlocked districts without a lot of room to grow, so I think I would be comfortable taking it up that far. Thank you.
Member Callen. Member Alfont.
As to that area, it would still bring up an area that I'm not sure that's really how we prefer that really to be going to, if you're going to put it any place in District 1, because that's an area that's served by Hunters Creek. That's right next to Hunters Creek, and you're going to put it into District 3, which is going to look prettier, but it's not going to be not necessarily a community of interest. That's why I've had certain problems with throwing the lines all over again that way, because it does create an area of, so I would object to that going there at this point. But at this time, I would like to make a motion. I would like to reinstate Mr. Mellon's motion that we accept map 13A as is and submit it to the county commissioners without any changes.
We're still in the middle of a discussion on the current motion
I know.
on the table. Member Semrod, or Member Perez, I'm sorry, Co-Chair Perez.
I was just chiming in to say I have no difficulty moving that piece from the 528 from District 4 into District 3. I'm just trying to resolve the boundary issue. So either one is fine with me, and if my seconder is fine with it, I have no qualms amending my motion to do such a thing.
I would be amenable to that as a motion maker.
Thank you. So that would amend my amendment to move the lowering of 528 boundary for District over into District 3.
Call a question.
We just went through that. We got to do it again. And we still have people on the board. But we'll do a roll call on calling the question. We have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry. Member Arias?
Yes.
Member Alfont?
No.
Member Callen?
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge?
No.
Member Hoover?
No.
Member Jones? Member Mellon?
No.
Member Roca? Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
It's a tie, 7-7.
Okay, we will continue. Member Simrod.
I have a question for staff. One of the things that is difficult with making amendments on the fly is the purpose of the redistricting committee is to provide representation to the unincorporated areas. So one of the things that I would do each week to study the maps to make suggestions was to do a proportionate share of unincorporated population versus those that were incorporated. Is there a way that you can calculate that for us on the fly so we can understand the representation in each district of incorporated versus unincorporated?
No.
Thank you.
Member Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Just a real quick comment to address Member Whittington and Member Hoover's concerns. I share the sentiment of, does this look gerrymandered? The argument against that would be that by leaving it in District 4, even though, as my member here that likes to come up with creative names for lines, does look like a rhinoceros's horn, it would be counterbalanced by the continuity of representation by remaining in District 4. So I do share, I understand the concern, but I also think that we could be covered under continuity of representation by leaving it in District 4. But I mean, if you're comfortable with District 3 being at plus 2%, that's fine with me too.
I'm going to take this moment to just reiterate the fact that it baffles me that we as a committee can today sit here and be this close to the end and think that leaving District 6 at negative 0.71, knowing it's landlocked, knowing all the concerns that have been stated here, that this would be what we as a committee would think was best for District 6. And as much as we've sat and heard from the members of District 6, I just find it inconsistent with what our goal has been thus far. Member Rocha.
Second your comments, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, it's in a way a point of order. I submitted 3 amendments, and again, I'm using myself as an example. It's probably a bad example, and we moved along pretty quickly. I think we've been discussing Mr. West's amendments more than 15 minutes for the second round. I think that doesn't look good. I think that doesn't look good. We all had rules, we all had guidelines, 15 minutes. They called for the question twice. It failed twice. I think we need to move on to the 2 maps that have 3 amendments, one and the other one that has 5, 6 amendments, that everybody was pretty happy with the map that we came in, 13A. The one with the least changes were my suggestions, then followed by Jimmy's 6, and that's all we have at this moment. So I don't know why do we keep on entertaining this situation. Again, excuse me if anybody gets offended, and educate me if I'm missing something, but we've been at this 15 rounds, and I think that's enough.
I appreciate that. Just to be abundantly clear, as chair for this meeting, I gave us as a group the opportunity to articulate our viewpoints and to review the proposals. We currently have an ongoing discussion on a live motion. And so, Member Affont.
Briefly, I just want to bring 2 things. I know you're concerned about the way that map is going to look, but let me tell you that you're talking about a neighborhood that is the same. When you're putting that into 3, you're really splitting the neighborhood next to Hunters Creek into 2 districts now. I know it looks curved. It looks curved because we threw a map that we throw it down, and that left it to the right of where we were throwing it. But realistically, you're throwing out the schools, and you're putting in District 3 just so it looks pretty. And I mean this seriously. That is where the kids from Hunters Creek go to school, And if anybody wants an explanation, that's fine. But you're cutting a neighborhood in two just for appearances. You're going to make District 3 a little larger and District 4 a little smaller. But the people you're really affecting, that's where Hunters Creek is. And if I'm incorrect, I don't have a problem with the curve of it. I don't have a problem with the appearance of it. I have a problem with splitting it up in half just so it looks less gerrymandering. I hate to say this. This map has been approved with the curve in District 3 that by the courts in 2011. This is not my concern. My concern right now is that we keep going on about this in that area. You're splitting it in two. But again, I would like to be told when we can present the motion, because I'm still want to go back to Mr. Mellon's motion that I think is pending, that was modified by our co-chair, and it didn't go forward. So I think the motion pending at this time on the table is Mr. Mellon's motion, which I second, to pass this map as is and send it to the county commissioners. Thank you.
Member Hartage. The correct motion on the floor is Co-Chair Perez's motion, which amended Member Mellon's motion. Continuing, Member Hartage.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of comments. If we're worried about how this looks, then if we look at the current proposal for District 2 in Map 13A, that's kind of funky too. So that can't be our main concern. Mr. Hodges' motion corrects also a line in between District 5 and District 3. I think that was a good move. That's why I supported that in favor of my motion. The part of this that I'm currently moving to add to his motion is already in District 4, so that gives them continuity of representation. And the concern that we are dealing with a -7% in District 6, I think that that's important, but it's not the most important thing. We have by law the possibility of being a 10-point deviation, and we're within that. There was no concern when District 4 was 2.25 and when District 2 was -1.44. So I'm thinking that there is a reasonable reason for doing this, and that is we're called upon as a board to, as best we can, protect communities of interest and not dilute their power to have fair representation. And so that's what this is all about. If this doesn't pass, we'll be fine, but it's just a risk that we do not have to take. And I would support the motion. I think the original motion was actually the most appropriate to place it into District 4. But the reason it's going back and forth is everybody is trying to be amenable and trying to be collegial. And sometimes collegial needs to be thrown out the door. The right place for this is in District 4. And the reasoning for doing it makes sense from a perspective of having fair representation. The people of District 2 came in very early. And one of the comments by Mrs. Rump was that we should have 2 districts that were accessible by African Americans because there were 2 that were accessible by Hispanics. But we're not able to do that. We've tried. None of us have been able to do that. I have not been able to do that. But this is as close as we can come to giving Pine Hills what they want, which is a cutoff line at Silver Star. And I think the amendments by Mr. Hodge encompasses what I was trying to do, but he actually does it better. And that's why I support the motion. I'm sorry that the call to questions failed twice, but that's just a good place to be. And remember, we're not the ones that have to approve this. The Board of County Commissioners is the final arbiter, and we should have to get something that makes sense.
Member Cowan.
As I recall, going through this area, so we're talking about an area that is already west of 441. Actually, it's already split between District 1 and District 4. So then the map, if you put it in 3, you split it into 3 areas. I think this is Whisper Lake area. This is across the street from the Ritz-Carlton area and JW Marriott, and it's areas that are not part of Hunters Creek. So saying they're part of Hunters Creek is not correct. I do share in the concerns of Co-Chair Evans about the -8% 0.8% in District 6. I would be interested if there's a solution that you have, Co-Chair Evans, how to solve that issue. I've looked at it. It's a hard issue to solve without diluting the minority representation. But I don't know. I haven't heard anything on that. But I do share that concern. That area always has been District 4 until this map 13A. So I as an old saying, I feel strongly either way, 3 or 4. So, and Captain Renault, here's your winnings. So, you know, it's so I think we're at the end here, and I would do at the pleasure of the majority of the board what they want to do, 3 or 4 here.
Member Whittington.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Is there any appetite for sending 13A as submitted and 13A with the recommended amendments tonight forward to the Board of County Commissioners? Is there anything wrong with sending 2 maps?
If there is a motion and a second that comes forward that is approved by the
That's a
majority
motion.
of
I'll
this group,
second the motion.
Well, I think
We're
there's
in
a
the middle
motion
of a
already on the
motion.
floor, so I don't know if
but that would be the mechanism for that happening.
And just as an FYI, 2 maps were submitted by the committee last time to the Board of County Commissioners as well.
Thank you.
Member Rocha.
I just want to give you guys a pep talk. I know it's 9:30 and it seems that we're playing the getting tired game. Let's all stick together. Anybody want some food? I'll go get some food and we ride it out. I don't want you to give in your vote if you're not in favor of this map. Strongly encourage you to please stick to your guns, stick to your ideas. They're going to wear us out. I'm here for the long haul. I'm here till Thursday if you need me to be. So don't give up. They're playing the getting us tired game.
I have no other requests to speak. Member Alfont, are you serious?
I did this because I think at this point, Virginia, I would make a motion that we again submit this map to so if you're looking for, if there's any appetite, I'm starving.
I have no other requests to speak. Will you go ahead and do a roll call on the motion? And
One point of order, is that segment going into 3 or 4? Because right now, the map is reflective it going into 3.
that was the motion. The
To go into
motion
3.
that Co-Chair Perez made was for 13A with Member Hodges' amendments, as well as the transition of that notch from the bottom of what was currently District 6 into District 3.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm.
No.
We did vote on that. We voted on calling the question. We're going to call the question?
We have not voted on that.
That's what I mean. The question failed. Sorry.
And the Hodge Amendment, there's multiple amendments. Okay.
Again, the motion that we're about to have the clerk do the roll call vote for is for 13A with all of Member Hodges' proposed amendments with the addition of moving that southeastern notch of District 6 into District 3.
Question on the motion?
Point of order.
You want the what? Deviations? Oh. And just before we get into that, I'm going to ask the staff to repeat what the deviation is for each district and the county as a whole.
District 1 is negative 0.2%. District 2 is negative 2%. District 3, 2.2%. District 4, negative 0.7%. District 5, 1.4%. District 6, negative 0.7%. Maximum deviation is 4.2%.
Thank you.
Did you say 0.7 for District 6?
Negative 0.7%.
Negative 0.7%.
Correct. Thank you. Less than 1%.
Member Alfont, were you finished? Member Rocha.
Again, just for a clarification, because I was discussing with a fellow committee member, and I know Jimmy's map was tabled, his amendments. Mine were not tabled, but the questions was not asked in mine because I was told that we were going to go over amendments first.
Correct. We reviewed
So are we going to ask
we-
the questions in order?
So, Member Rocha, if you allow me to answer the question for you, the procedure that we took was to get in a proposal of all proposed amendments. And so we asked each member if they wanted to share proposed amendments, which you did, Member Alfont did, Member Hodge did, Member Hardage did as well. And then there was a motion made by Co-Chair Perez to amend the original motion to approve 13A with the incorporation of Member Hodges' proposed amendments and this subsequent adjustment to the bottom southeastern corner of District 6. And at this time, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Arias?
That was a lot. I'm sorry. You have to explain that to me one more time, Co-Chair Evans, please. I'm sorry. So I understand that it is map 13A with Mr. Hodges' amendments and Mr. Hardage's amendments. That's what I understand.
I'm sorry, Member Arias.
I think I got it. I think Ms. Barrios is explaining it to me pretty good. So.
Okay.
I'm in favor of that, yes.
Member Alfont?
No.
Member Callan?
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge? Member Hoover?
Yes.
Member Jones? Member Mellon?
No.
Member Roca?
No.
Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
Nine to 5.
So the motion passes. Co-Chair Perez.
Madam Co-Chair, at this point, I know there's some other great ideas on the floor. I wanted to get a base map that I think solved a lot moving forward, but at this point, I'd move to pull Mr. Alfont's amendments off the table for additional discussion and additional tweaks to the map if
Second.
necessary.
We have a motion by Co-Chair Perez and a second by, was that Member Arias? Any discussion? Member Rocha?
Well, now you light up.
Point of order, please.
Member Samrad?
When we make the motion to remove all of Jimmy's amendments, are we able to bring amendments back singularly? So we remove the package, but then we could consider individual.
Yes.
So my motion wasn't to remove the package, it was to remove it from the table, and now the package is available. And then if we want to do things like fix Alfea or fix Audubon, depending upon how much it impacts the balance of the map, we can do that. Because I think Jimmy's had some good points in his, and Julio had some good points as well. But if we're working from 13A as amended, and that would what we would take the additional amendments off of. And again, I just want to be clear, it does not preclude a subsequent motion by Virginia to just advance 13A as is, as well. We can move two maps forward.
Member Hardage?
Yes, Madam Co-Chair, I would like to remove my proposed amendments from the table. If there's a second for that.
Second.
You have a motion by Member Hartage, second by Member Arias. But we currently have a motion on the table, so I think we need to dispense of that before we can address yours.
Can I make a point of order?
Co-Chair Perez.
Commissioner, your amendments were not on the table. There was no motion for your amendments, so they were just discussion items.
Thank you. That is correct. Any discussion on Member Whittington?
So,
Well, my question was whether Member Hartage was removing his recommended amendments from consideration, or is that what he meant when he meant move it off the table? Okay, just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
So currently, I have no request for discussion on the current motion, which is to pull it off the table. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Now, the motion is live, and there's any discussion regarding the motion.
As a point of reference, could we get that map back up, please?
Excuse me, Madam Co-Chair. Also, as a point of reference, could you please restate the motion that we're deciding on now, please?
Yes, the motion right now is for the approval of the amendments proposed by Member Affont. I'm sorry, is this the map reflecting Member Affont's amendments?
Correct.
Okay.
I
No.
did not hear that.
Okay. So this is old 13A with Jimmy's amendments,
Correct.
but we have, at this point, we've got 13A as amended by Mr. Hodges' amendments and Mr. Hartage's amendment. So I think as we look at this, we should look at 13A as amended, then add Jimmy's amendments to it.
So you would like to add Affont's amendments to the Hodge-Hartage map?
I think that's what we need to look at.
I don't think so, and let me explain why. If you do that, your numbers are going to be out of whack, and I mean that seriously, big time. You're going to be 12 or 15%. Let's vote on this one, and then at the end we could decide which one we want. Because if you put it, if you interlock mine, I'm going to be 15% deviation, easy. Because there's things that he took out that I did not take out, and it would be really comparing not apples with apples. It would be comparing apples with oranges. I think we should see it as this one, just like we saw the other one, and we voted on it. Let's vote on this one the same way it's presented. That's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Madam Co-Chair? Can I suggest a 5-minute break? Can we do it?
Are we doing discussion at this moment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break if you all would give us a moment, please. Thank you. Thank you. We'll call our meeting back into order. Where we stand as far as a procedure, we have a motion on the floor that is for the amendments proposed by Member Affont. Those amendments would be to map 13A as currently amended. And my question for you, Member Affont, is if you would like to pursue that amendment package as previously presented, or if you would like to amend your motion.
No, I would like to go forward as it is at this time. And that's the only way I think this committee could fully perceive it. Otherwise, we would have to go all over it again, and I don't want to be here till 11 o'clock.
Member Affont, to be clear, your proposed amendments would be to map 13A as amended by Member Hodge and Member Hartage's correction at the bottom, or edit at the bottom of District 6. So at the point you were making earlier, there would be inconsistent numbers. That's why I was asking if you wanted to amend your motion.
For the record, I think when it was tabled, it was presented with 6 amendments. I think it should be considered the way it was tabled. Either you voted up, straight up. You have voted in, with all due respect, Hodges. That should not dictate the rest of the night. We could vote into more than one map and decide at the end which map we prefer. I would prefer my map to be individual from Mr. Hodges. It was tabled individual. I was promised a vote at that time, but then tabled because of convenience so other people could present. I should not be penalized now by trying to adjust mine to somebody else's. Sorry.
Member Affont, would you like to amend your motion to perhaps approve map 13A with a separate map 13A with your amendments? Is that what you would like?
Yes, the one that well, the one you're seeing right now is Mr. Hodges, but I would like to, the one that you're seeing right now with those amendments to 13A, correct?
Would you like to amend the motion that's on the table?
I will amend my motion to include these amendments to map 13A as you can see them right now.
I will
My
second the
original
motion.
motion. I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, you're proposing that there be a second separate map, not amendments to their 13A as amended.
I'm sorry, and it's late, and you just threw something at me, and I apologize to the rest of the members of the committee. Whichever way we could vote straight on the map right now without having to go through 10 other procedural things here tonight, I would prefer to go through it. It's kind of late, and I understand procedures better than anybody else, but at this point, the way I would move forward, my 13A with my proposed amendments to them as they appear right here.
And that's without consideration for those that have already been made, correct?
Correct.
So you
This
would
is-
need
these
to
are two
make
separate maps.
So you would need to amend your motion to be a separate, a second map.
If that's what it takes, then it's just a second map. That's fine. This will go.
Second.
Ms. Barrios, will you clarify for us? Co-Chair Perez has said that we cannot move forward with Member Affont's proposed amendment to his motion without dispensing of the original amendment. I think that is in fact correct.
That is correct. The original motion needs to be dispensed, and then after the original motion is dispensed, there can be a motion to take up Mr. Affont's map as the second map for consideration by the committee. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Member Hartage asked, what did that mean?
That would mean that after we get past Mr. Mellon's motion, which is currently on the table, as amended and approved with the approved amendments, the Hodge and Hartage approved amendments that are currently in the map, then there should be a vote on
that map, the original motion as amended, and then after that, we would move forward to entertain a motion from perhaps Mr. Affont for a second map with Jimmy's
Just
amendments.
point of question. So you're saying we need to dispense with the motion we just passed?
No.
Okay, just.
The motion that you just passed, in my recollection, was to approve the amendments to 13A as Hodge and Hardage amendments. That was an amendment to Mr. Mellon's earlier motion to accept 13A as is. So I don't believe we still voted on that motion as
Okay.
amended. And so that motion needs to be disposed of prior to another motion being made for Mr. Affont's second map.
So the correct process, the correct posture for this process is I was in error, that in fact we should be taking a vote on Member Mellon's initial motion as amended with the Hodge and Hardage amendments.
Yes, I believe that the untabling of Mr. Affont's motion was premature, or not necessarily premature because it was originally to Mr. Mellon's amendment and then tabled. But yes, currently as it is, we would want to follow through with any additional amendments to Mr. Mellon's original motion and then move that map forward. And then if Mr. Affont wants to make another map with his amendments, as we had discussed earlier, that would be the time to do it.
Thank you. So at this time, the right thing to do is have we don't even need to do further discussion. At this point, it's to call the question on Member Mellon's initial motion as amended.
As amended by what?
13A as amended by Member Hodge and Member Hardage.
We already voted 9-5 on that.
On the amendment.
On the amendments? Okay. Okay, thank you. I understand now.
On the map
Okay.
as a whole as amended.
Okay, so now we need to vote on, okay. Got it. Thank you.
I'll call the question.
Is there a second?
There's a second here.
Sure, Co-Chair Perez.
So the motion that we are voting on, which does not preclude another map, this is just a motion to advance Proposal 13A as amended by Wes's amendments and the one amendment from Commissioner Hardage. So we vote this up or down as a map that we advance, and then we can consider a motion from Virginia to just do 13A. We could consider a motion from Jimmy to do 13A as amended by his amendments, and then we decide if we want to submit 1, 2, or 3 maps to the County Commission. But we can't deal with the motion to pull Jimmy's map off the table, which was my motion, until we deal with, because we now, it seems that that's not the approach we want to take. The motion was appropriate, but ill-timed. So what this motion would do is advance 13A with the amendments that we just approved, and then the chair will open the floor for additional maps if anyone wishes to. So at that time, Jimmy can move his map with his amendments as an alternative map to propose. And Virginia, if you wish, you can move 13A as it is and let the County Commission wrestle with these same amendments. So the motion we'd be voting on is 13A as amended by my motion, which accepts Wes's amendments and the one amendment from Commissioner Hardage.
We had a motion to call the question, and I heard a second from that and from Member Rocha. Do we need to do a voice vote on this?
Yeah, just approve 75%.
Will you do a roll call for on calling the question?
Member Arias? Member Affont?
No.
Member Callan? Member King?
Yes.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge? Member Hoover?
Yes.
Member Jones? Member Mellon?
Yes.
Member Roca?
No.
Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, before you tally, I was overly eager. I meant yes on calling the question.
You meant yes? Okay. $11 to 3.
Is that 75%?
Yes.
Okay. We also need to, yes, we also need to extend the meeting. Co-chairs,
That doesn't need to happen for the hearing. There's no time limit on the public hearing and your rules of procedure.
okay, then great. So now we can call the question. Will you go ahead, Madam Clerk, and do a roll call on the motion, which is 13A as amended with Member Hodges and Member Hartage's amendments?
Yes.
Member Affont?
No.
Member Callen?
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
Member Hartage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge?
Yes.
Member Hoover?
Yes.
Member Jones? Member Mellon?
No.
Member Roca?
No.
Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
$9 to 5.
Okay, the motion passes. So 13A as amended has been approved by this group. Now, Member Affont.
I would like to make a motion at this time that we submit for consideration of the Orange County Commissioners the maps of 13A as is, the map that we just approved, plus my map for their consideration for them to go forward and decide which they feel is most appropriate for them at the end of the day. At the end of the day, any map we submit, they're going to be making changes to. Let's be honest. Let's just give them options, and let's basically at this point let it go through as Virginia proposed 13A. I'm just attaching the other two, Virginia, to what you were thinking about as a matter of doing it so that we could give them options. Because if we send them 13A, we know they're going to make changes. So might as well have them know what we have considered here tonight and go forward with the whole thing. That's my motion.
To clarify, Member Affont, your motion is to approve map 13A as submitted by Member Kilsheimer, or previously what is committee proposal 13A. And then also 13A as amended, as was just approved by this body, as well as 13A with your amendments. So you want to submit 3 maps. That's your motion. Is there a second for Member Affont's motion?
Second.
We have a second from Member Mellon. Any discussion? Member Hartage. Member Rocha. Julio.
Sorry.
Member Whittington.
Madam Co-Chair, thank you. Jimmy, I cannot support the motion as is. If it were 13A and then consideration of amendments to your map as a separate consideration, I would be able to support but I mentioned as you were presenting your initial map, the concerns I have for the eastern boundary of District 6 going into all the way over to Magnolia. So if you're coupling these two, I wouldn't be able to support it.
Member Cowan.
Procedurally, I don't think it's appropriate to re-include Hodges' approval that we just did with Hartage and Hodges' amendments to the map 13A in Jimmy's motion. It gives him a second bite at the apple when he wasn't a prevailing party. I do think it's better for him to do 13A as presented by Mr. Kilsheimer, and then if he wants to do a second motion, 13A, with its amendments, I think that's clear for the record. I think grouping them all together is like a compound question, and I think it muddies up our record here today. I think procedure is not accurate.
Member Simrod.
I agree with Member Callan regarding the procedure.
So, Member Alfont, the request seems to be that it be your motion be amended to only be committee proposal 13A, as well as or they want them to go one at a time.
There's two ways I could do this, and I'm thinking them out loud on purpose. Technically, I could ask for us to vote on my map and go forward with that, and technically, I could ask for 13A to go forward with, like Virginia recommends, with attachments. And I understand, Virginia, about your concern about that, and I would have no problem changing that. The only thing what I'm trying to bring to everybody's attention is that at the end of the day, changes will be made to any map that we're going to be sending. If we really believe that the map, the way we submit it, is going to be accepted, I think. But with that in mind, I would then ask at this point to amend my motion that we make it we send to the county commissioners map 13A and mine as an attachment, and Wes's as an attachment. But the map that we are recommending would be strictly 13A as proposed. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought that we were just asking that not to be the case, but if that's your motion, is there an amendment? I mean, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Why can't we? Go ahead.
Yeah, Jimmy, we can't do that. We have already approved 13A as amended to go forward. So we can't have a motion that then says we're not sending 13A forward unless we reconsider that vote. Tom, Jimmy's motion wasn't including the one we just passed. I think Co-Chair Evans was summarizing the effect of Jimmy's motion. Jimmy's motion was to move forward 13A and 13A as amended by him. I think Virginia's on point saying we should take those one at a time instead of saying we want to do 13A and 13A amended by Jimmy in one motion. We should look at 13A and say, do we want to send that forward? And then we look at 13A as amended by Jimmy and decide if we want to send that forward. Staff will have access, the County Commission will have access to all of our suggested amendments, and we can all communicate with them separately afterwards as well. But procedurally, I think we need to take one map at a time. So we would take either 13A as amended by Jimmy, talk about it, decide if we want to go forward with it, and then take 13A, or vice versa. We start with 13A, which I think there's an appetite for, and say, here's 13A. We're putting this one forward as well. We're putting forward 13A as amended by Wes and Homer, and then we're putting together, and then we decide if we want to put together 13A as amended by Jimmy.
I then would move at this point strictly that we move forward map 13A as it stands right now with 0 amendments. That be the map that we go forward with as our recommended map.
Motion to that.
Is there a second for Member Alfont's amended motion?
Can you restate that motion, Madam Chair?
My understanding is that Member Alfont has moved to present Committee Proposal 13A for approval. And I believe we heard a second. So we had a motion by Member Afan, a second by Member Mellon. Any discussion?
Sorry.
Member Simrod, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Jimmy, are you going to bring your individual motions forward or no?
If you're asking if I'm going to bring my map back after this vote, there's a chance. But since I don't know what the end vote is going to be, I don't want to be presumptuous that I will. Depending on how my first motion goes, I might bring the second.
Okay, because you had some good amendments.
And I agree, and I think I might bring it as a recommended for the county commissioners to consider, not necessarily as a map, but for them to consider. Thank you.
Member Rocha.
I wanted to make a motion on my amendment, so I'm going to hold on line till we finish this vote. I apologize.
Member Callen.
13A, I think, has some problems with it. One of them was District 1 Commissioner was upset with it dividing her neighborhood. It remains. The area south of 528 towards Central Florida Parkway, west of Orange Blossom Trail in District 6. It doesn't remedy the nodule that goes north of 50 into District 5. The numbers don't work, and I think it just it continues a different version of lack of compactness. The numbers don't work, so I would be against this map.
Member Arias.
Excuse me. So if my understanding, and Committee Member Alfant has said so, and I believe Committee Co-Chair Perez has said so, all of these things can be presented up to the board. No matter what map gets moved forward, it can be adjusted by the board. And just like we originally moved forward, I think it was 8 or 9 maps, and we ended up hammering it out on one map. They're going to do the same thing, so common sense would dictate we follow what we've been doing. I don't see the point in moving forward 2 or 3 maps if at the end of the day the board is going to hammer it out. So why not just move forward the one map, and at the end of the day the board is going to end arguing about the lines and the borders, and we can still submit the amendments to them or talk to our board members, and they're still going to do that. It's now 10:30 at night, and we're still talking about maps, and no matter what map we move forward, apparently they're going to argue about it. So I don't see why we would stall or why we would move forward more than one map. Just move forward the map and let them hammer it out.
Member Mellon.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I believe I said this around 6:45 today. Just saying.
I have no other requests to speak. We'll go ahead and call the question. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
Member Arias?
Oh.
Member Afant? Yes. Member Callen?
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
As
Member
a point of-
Hardage?
We're voting on moving this map forward or calling the question? Calling the question, thank you.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Perez? Member Hodge? Member Hoover? Member Jones? Member Mellon? Member Roca? Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
14-0.
All right, we did something together. Will we now call the question on Committee Proposal 13A as a separate map submitted to the BCC?
Member Arias?
We've already called the question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. No? Member Alfant? Member Callan? Member King?
Yes.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Perez? Member Hodge?
No.
Member Hoover? Member Jones? Member Mellon? Member Roca?
Yes.
Member Semerad? Member Winnington?
No.
Six, eight.
Motion fails. Member Roca, I have you on the board.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Now, I would like to make a motion to take map 13A as submitted by the mayor, amended with my 3 suggested amendments, and send that map as an alternative to the county commission. I think I was pretty clear.
Is there a second for Member Rocha's amendment?
Second.
Proposal, motion. We have a motion by Member Rocha, second by Member Semrod. For the benefit of the group, can we have staff pull that, those amendments back up, and then also provide the deviations?
District 1 is negative 0.9%. District 2, negative 1.4%. District 3, negative 0.6%. District 4, negative 0.1%. District 5, 4.2%. District 6, negative 1.2%. Maximum deviation is 5.6%.
If I may, Madam Co-Chair.
Yes.
As you guys can see, I'm under the 10%. We all agree that the county commission is going to do as they see fit for the county. And I will encourage you guys to indulge the county commissions on a completely different map than the one that has been already submitted. I think it will add value to the work, and it will add value to the committee, the commissioners, and also to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Member Semrod.
Thank you. Member Affluent, the 13A didn't pass. Are you bringing your amendments forward? Oh, thank you.
Member Arias.
I appreciate what Committee Member Rocha is saying, but I can't see moving forward a map that allows District 5 a positive 4.5 deviation. And in comparison to the original or the first map that we move forward, the deviation in total will be higher at a plus 5.2, although it is under the maximum 10 deviation. And if we are going to, it's going to use the line of thinking that no matter what we move forward, it's going to be hammered out anyway, then it really doesn't make sense to send up a second map. That's all.
I have any other requests to speak? I will point out that as much as I appreciate additional looks, I still find the split in District 6 to be less than ideal. I have no other requests to speak.
Call the question or call the vote.
I think we can
I
just
second the call the question.
We can just vote on the actual motion.
Member Arias?
No.
Member Alfant? Member Callan? Member King?
No.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
No.
Member Perez? Member Hodge?
No.
Member Hoover? Member Jones? Member Mellon? Member Roca?
Yes.
Member Semerad? Member Whittington?
No.
Am I allowed to amend my vote?
For,
I'm going to go to no. I'm pull a West on this one.
three to 11.
Motion fails. Member Alfant, I have you on the queue.
At this time, I would like to move forward amendment map 13A with the six proposed change that I made to it, which now sits in front of you. And before we vote, I would ask the staff to give you the deviations and the final numbers on that, on my motion, so it could be clearly understood with its numbers.
I will second the motion.
District 1, negative 0.5%. District 2, 0.2%. District 3, negative 0.7%. District 4, negative 0.7%. District 5, negative 0.5%. District 6, 2.1%. Maximum deviation, 2.8%.
Was that motion second?
Yes.
Yes, it was. Member Alfant? Member Alfant, you want to say something?
Am I still on? Yeah, okay. Just to bring to your attention, we're talking about a 2.8 deviation. We're talking about bringing in Avalon Park into that area. I understand Virginia's concern, and it's kind of late for me to say that I'm going to make another change to this map because I really don't think it's polite. I'm going to let it fly as it is. I know that some of you have concerns about it, but at the end of the day, it's the closest I could bring it to what I call a 2.8 deviation. And trust me, this software is not easy, and doing this has not been an easy job. So with that, I would present my motion, which has been second. Thank you.
Member Whittington?
Is staff able to pull up the voting age population? And then bring it.
Can I come by and walk and look at that closer? Because, okay, thank you.
Can you blow that up for us a little bit? Can you increase the?
Just read it to us.
Yes.
Are we in commentary? Oh my God. Are we allowed to
I
comment?
thought we were going to have staff read it.
If you go back to the map and pull up the original tab and scroll to the right, that bottom left tab, scroll all the way to the right, you can get the 18 plus. There you go.
So what we were trying to do was have staff give us the data. What we can't have, members, is a discussion away from the dais on data. So I don't even remember who asked the original question. Member Whittington, have you gotten the answer you were looking for?
No, Madam Co-Chair, I cannot read the numbers. If staff can zoom in on those or either read them for us.
Which number are you looking for specifically?
I'm looking for voting age and population in,
For total population?
yes.
Okay.
Percentages. Or percentage.
District 1 is 76.3%. What? Yeah. You wanted the percent?
Madam Co-Chair, just in the interest of brevity, my concern is that moving that eastern boundary of District 6 into downtown Orlando, bringing in the high-rise apartments is going to dilute the ability of District 6 to be adequately represented by communities of interest, if you will. It's going to cause a problem. I know that this is not supposed to be the number one concern, but it is a concern.
Thank you, Member Whittington.
The number is 44.2% for District 6. And as I recall, one of our charges is to make sure that we don't dilute minority representation from the get-go.
That is not one of the charges of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. You want to elaborate?
The committee is not supposed to be concerned about the racial demographics of any of the districts currently. As I have said several times over the past 4 months, the committee is supposed to be racially neutral when drawing these lines.
Then why do you give us these numbers?
Typically because they're asked for, so instead of honoring public records requests, we provide them.
Member Rocha. Member Alphonse.
Virginia, are you making a motion to amend to remove that part of it and go back to I-4, to my motion that I just made? Because I would be friendly to that, if you make that amendment.
If you would be willing to make that amendment to adjust that, the boundary of I-4 in the segment that takes the boundary of District 6 over to Michigan, I think it was, and put it back where it was, I think that might do it.
Since it's my motion, I will accept your amendment, provided that the person who seconded my motion would go along, or somebody else would go along with that. I would accept your amendment.
I will accept.
Second down nomination.
I was a seconder, and I will accept that, except it was Magnolia, I think, Virginia, not
Magnolia,
Michigan.
thank you.
Yes,
I knew it was an M, it's getting late.
So just for clarity's sake, we have a motion and a second, and the motion has been amended, and the motion is now to reflect Member Alphonse's proposed changes with the edit of moving the boundary of District 6 back to Magnolia and not I-4.
For staff clarification, does that include 5 and 3, or just one or the other?
So just so we're clear for everyone, while staff is working on that, it's restoring that edge to the prior boundaries So the boundaries that exist as they are now between 6, 3, and 5. And staff, when you're finished with that, if you would give us the updated deviations.
District 1 is at negative 0.5%, District 2 at 0.2%, District 3 negative 0.1%, District 4 negative 0.7%, District 5 1%, District 6 0.1%. Maximum deviation is 1.7%.
Commissioner Hardage.
It was just a comment to legal. Even though we can't take race in as a primary reason, we are, by statutes, allowed to protect communities of interest. So there's a difference.
There's no difference because there's a Supreme Court case that says that communities of interest cannot be used as a proxy for race.
I'm not doing that. It may
By
appear
looking
that
at a
way.
specific minority population's adulting voting age, you would be doing that. That's not a community of interest.
Well, I'm okay. It's okay if I disagree with that. Thank you.
Does anybody have, Member Rocha? No? You're just getting trigger happy. For once, you don't want to be served. Any other comments?
Can we call the question?
All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you call roll call on the motion, which is 13A as amended by Member Affont, proposed amendments by Member Affont, with the addition of Member Whittington's adjustment to the eastern boundary of District 6 to readjust it to current standards with 3 and 5.
Member Affont? Yes. Member Callen? No. Member King?
Yes.
Member Hardage? Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Perez? Member Hodge? Member Hoover? Yes. Member Jones? Member Mellon? Member Roca?
Yes.
Member Semerad? Yes. Member Whittington?
Yes.
Nine to 5.
Motion carries. So we now have 2 proposals that have been approved by this body for submission to the Board of County Commissioners. One is 13A, reflecting Members Hodge and Hardage's amendments, and then Member 13A, reflecting Member Affont and Member Whittington's amendments. I see no other requests. Member Hardage. Oh, I had, okay.
I'd like to offer a motion that we submit the 2 proposed maps to the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Member Whittington. Any discussion? Member RS, you were on the board.
No, that was actually going to be my motion. He stole his thunder. No thunder.
Ms. Barrios?
Just a point of clarification, is there a way we can name one 13A1 and 13A2 so that when we send them forth, there's some kind of numeration to them?
I think that's appropriate.
You could call mine 13A2.
Thank you. So for the record, we'll make 13A1 the initial with Member Hodge and Member Hartage's amendments. And 13A2 will be Member Alphonse and Whittington's amendments. So we have a motion on the table that has been second. Who was the second? Member Whittington. Motion by Member Hartage, second by Member Whittington, to move both 13A1 and 13A2 to the Board of County Commissioners for review and approval, that being our final recommendation. Any discussion? Co-Chair Perez.
Madam Co-Chair, I call the question.
Is there a second? All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, do the vote?
Member Arias? Member Alphonse? Yes. Member Callan? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Member King?
Yes.
Member Hartage? Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Hodge?
Yes.
Member Hoover? Yes. Member Jones? Yes. Member Mellon? Yes. Member Roca? Member Summerad? Member Whittington?
Yes.
14-0.
Motion carries. I would like to point out that Jimmy was the first person to put up a map. And here, I'm sure the first day didn't feel like that, but, I guess at this moment you see a vote of approval from your committee members. So, I just want to point that out. Thank you, Jimmy. We are not finished. Have a seat. Next on our agenda are the draft committee findings of fact which Ms. Barrios has provided. Ms. Barrios?
Yes, on Friday afternoon, the members were provided the draft committee finding of fact. I hope you all had a time to review them. Basically, it goes through the committee's process and what the committee considered in adopting 13A1 and 13A2 as it just did. And so with the amendment to add 13A1 and committee 13A2 to paragraph 32, we could move forward this or any requested amendments to this document I would like to hear so we can see what this looks like at the end.
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second by Member Callan and Member Alphonse. Any discussion? Member Whittington?
Madam Chair, my question is actually not on the motion, but has to do with the process after tonight with regard to the comments that were made by Ms. Rump earlier, asking if the public would have an opportunity to see what comes out of this committee tonight, and would we be coming back together on Thursday in order to do that and adopt our minutes, which we have not for this meeting or the last one.
To clarify, no, there was not a plan to bring forward these same plans again at another meeting. The motions and the approvals made today approve them for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The final work product of this group will for sure go forward into the to the Board of County Commissioners and also be made public to the available to the public, on our website. No, I still have Co-Chair Perez.
Am I still in?
I thought there was somebody before me. I just wanted to say, if you read these, it's pretty exhausting. This has been a process, and I'm glad we're at the end of it. It's been fun. It's been collegial, and I think we have a good result. And I just wanted to thank Christina, our counsel, for the good work and the wonderful summary on these findings of fact. And then we'll all summarize later. But I just I think these are well written and tell the story. So thank you.
Member Hardage.
Yes, I likewise wanted to thank Jason and his team, especially the GO team and our legal staff for kind of coaching us along with this and for being patient with us as we've gone through the process. To me, this is my reintroduction to doing community meetings. I generally turn meetings down, but I appreciate being added to this board. I'm not sure if it's in order, but as much as I love you guys, I'm not excited about meeting on Thursday. So is it in order to make a motion not to meet on Thursday?
There is no need to do that. There is no meeting currently scheduled.
It's not?
No.
Cool.
Member Alfont.
I want to thank my members. I want to thank Jason and the staff. The public that is still listening to us on TV, believe it or not, at this time, that they're that interested. I want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure serving with each and every one of you. I apologize for my Shelton Cooper moments. Some of you might not understand that relation. Some of you may very well understand what I'm talking about. If you don't, just go see The Big Bang. So what I'm trying to say to you is, in a very simple way, enjoy yourself, and like they say back home, Feliz Navidad a todos.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Echoing the sentiments that have already been said tonight, much respect and appreciation for the public that came out time and time again to comment and give us input. It was very helpful. It's democracy at work. My fellow committee members, each and every one of you have just been brilliant, delightful, intelligent with your offerings, well thought with your comments. It has just been an absolute joy to serve alongside you, and I mean that very sincerely. I learned a lot from you guys. Co-chairs, wonderful job wrangling all of us, keeping us moving down the line towards our goal. You were authoritative but kind. You steered us and did a wonderful job. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Member Jones. We have a motion on the table. Madam Clerk, will you go ahead and do a voice? Actually, yeah, I think we can do it all together. All in favor of approving the findings of fact as to be amended as noted by Ms. Barrios, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries. So before we adjourn, I just want to take a moment of co-chair privilege as well to thank each of you. It would be very remiss if I didn't identify all of the team from the county who has worked with us long before we even had our first big meeting here. But every detail, every element of trying to make something that is so meticulous and detail-oriented has been their focus for quite some time. They've kept us safe, they've kept us informed, and they've done the same for the public. So thank you all. This is not an easy process. Thank each of you as committee members. It has been a pleasure. It's not always easy, but it has been good to work with each of you, and I feel very comfortable that the 1.4 million plus people in Orange County are better positioned for the future because of your service. So thank you for taking this time. Is there anything else?
Madam Co-Chair, I just want to add the same thoughts and just echo you. And it's been a pleasure chairing with you. But and staff has been extraordinary in this process. All of you who've reached out and worked with FEM, and the public that reached out to work with them as well. So nothing but high kudos there. And as Gary says, honestly, there are very few committees I have served on that I actually looked forward to the meetings. But you guys have made these pleasant and fun, and we learned a great deal from the public. And I think the process has gone as well as it could. So thank everyone, and I'm sure we'll all be in the front row when the County Commission considers these in January.
I have a question.
Member Arias has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Obviously, echoing everyone's sentiments, I appreciate all the cordiality, but I had just a question as to what happens now with our emails, with our box. What do we do? Does it?
That's a great question. Ms. Barrios, you want to?
We will get to you on that. This committee could still technically be called back by the Board of County Commissioners. So until the final.
So we're not done.
So if the board wanted additional input, so until that point is completed,
those boxes would stay live. And then we'll talk to ISS about,
Is there a timetable for this?
the Board of County Commissioners has until, I believe, the end of the legislative session on March 11th to adopt this map.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, I see another request to speak, and it's well past our bedtimes.
May I move to adjourn, Madam Co-Chair?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Nobody opposed.